Check test. Check test. Check.
Well, namaskar, adab, sat sri akal, swagatam, suswagatam, jai Shri Krishna, kem cho, majama. Ladies and gentlemen, hello, hi, and welcome you all on this beautiful day. To all our distinguished guests, respected dignitaries, esteemed speakers, dear participants, extending a heartfelt welcome to each one of you gathered here. First of all, I would like to welcome you all to Digital Native Connect 2026. Brought to you by India IT 360. So before we kickstart this event, I want everyone to kindly give a big round of applause. Come on, everyone. Well, Digital Native Connect, built to scale using cloud, AI, and digital trust. A platform where ideas don't just get discussed. They get built, scaled, and transformed into impact. Today, we are not just witnessing another tech event. We are stepping into space where innovation meets intent, and where the future of digital first enterprise is being actively shaped. This experience is brought to you by India IT 360, a 360-degree B2B digital platform unifying the entire ICT fraternity into one powerful connected ecosystem. Through initiatives like OEM Connect, Startup Connect, CIO Connect, and Industry Connect, India IT 360 is enabling business to collaborate, innovate, and grow faster and smarter than ever before. And today's event, Digital Native Connect, is a reflection of that very vision. This is not just a reach, this is an influence at scale. A vision where cloud is a foundation, AI is an accelerator, and digital trust is a differentiator. Over the next few hours, ladies and gentlemen, you will hear from some of the most forward-thinking leaders in the industry, exploring how organizations can move from experimentation to execution, from scaling infrastructure to scaling intelligence, and from digital adoption to digital leadership. Because today, success is no longer defined by how fast you grow, but how intelligently you scale. And that's exactly what today is all about. This is not just an event about scale. It is built for relevance, recall, and results. So let's get started, ladies and gentlemen. So before we kickstart this beautiful event, I want all of you all to do one small thing for me. So if you don't mind, can you all please stand in your places wherever you all are sitting, everyone? Thank you. All right. So now, all that you guys are supposed to do is, I just want you all to shake hands with each other and meet as many people as much as possible, alright? So you can hug, you can meet, you can just explore and get to know each other. So try to meet as many people as much as possible by shaking hands. Come on. Very good. That's wonderful. So you can get to know each other. Well, thank you so much. Now that you all are feeling fresh and fine, are we good to start? Are we good to start? I want more energy. Come on, I want all the energy back to me. Are we good to start? All right. So before we kickstart, I want everyone to kindly join hands and give a big round of applause, everyone. Come on. Wonderful. A ray of light is a ray of hope. Let us now symbolically inaugurate this event by lighting the lamp. And to do the needful, I would like to call upon stage. First of all, I would like to call upon the dignitaries on the dais. With the big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call upon Mr. Rangarajan Srirangam, the Senior Regional VP of Solution Engineering India at Snowflake. Let's give a big round of applause. I request sir to kindly take the stage. I would also like to call upon Mr. Alok Gupta, Managing Director of India IT 360. I request sir to kindly join us here on the stage. I would also like to call upon Mrs. Meena Shivkumar from Team Computers to kindly join us here on the stage. Let's give a big round of applause and I would like to welcome you as well, ma'am. I would also like to call upon Mr. Anish from Snowflake to kindly join us here on the stage. Also Mr. Amit Gupta from clouddiva.ai. And Mr. Atreya from clouddiva.ai. Requesting all the dignitaries to kindly join us here. I now request our dignitaries to kindly proceed for ceremonial lighting of the lamp to mark the auspicious beginning of today's conference. So with a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, I request everyone to kindly witness this moment. And we shall symbolically inaugurate today's event by lighting the lamp. Shatrupati Vinashaya Deepam Jyotir Namostute. Light the lamp ceremony, a traditional that symbolizes knowledge, growth and new beginnings. Now that we have symbolically inaugurated today's event, I would like to thank all the dignitaries on the dais. Thank you so much. Requesting all of you all to kindly take your seats back. Every successful event begins with a thoughtful welcome. To set the context for today's event and share the vision behind the initiative, I invite Ms. Nishtha Gupta, the Executive Managing Director of India IT 360. She drives impactful marketing strategies and business growth and brand visibility through her expertise in PR and innovation. A recognized leader in the ICT community, she fosters collaboration with delivering seamless, high-impactful campaigns and clients. I now request Ms. Nishtha Gupta to kindly welcome the gathering. With a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call upon Ms. Nishtha Gupta.
Hello, am I audible? Okay. Thank you so much. I'm sure I did much less than what you just said, but thank you. Firstly, thank you so much to everyone for joining in. This is our first ever IP event, and thank you for gracing us with your presence. But before that, before even Digital Connect, there was another thing that happened this year, this month actually, which just blew all of our minds. This was India winning the T20 World Cup. We, as Sanju Samson powered India into a massive total, we became the first ever country to soil and win a match on our home ground. But it wouldn't really be possible without the people behind the screen. It wouldn't be possible without the coaches, the data analysts crunching numbers, and definitely not without the roaring crowd cheering India, India. And that's why community is at the heart of everything we do. And that is exactly what is behind our vision here at India IT 360. We aim to be the #1 B2B tech platform connecting the different ecosystems of ICT fraternity. In the last four and a half years, this company started, actually this community started right in the bank of COVID in order to help out channel partners to connect more fruitfully to their target audience. And today we've grown to about 10,000 IT CXOs, 60,000 plus channel partners, and about 10,000 plus digital natives who are a large chunk of which are also in our presence today. But how do we do what we do? So we have divided our entire business down to 4 verticals. First is the Startup OEM Connect. So if you're a startup or an OEM, much like my beloved sponsors here today, we enable you to promote your product to either the IT CXOs or extend your channel partner network, whether it's a distributor, a sub-distributor, or SI partner, or a retailer. If you're a CIO, and by CIO Connect, I mean any IT leader today in the market, and you wish to help startups out, you wish to help out other companies with your services, so we can do that for you through CIO as a service. We also run an RFQ model between the channel and the industry. Apart from this, in the last 2 to 3 months, we've been able to add 2 new babies to the mix, our under 19 crowd. First is Techie Connect. We realized that we can't really just scale at large without actually thinking about the next generation. So we started Techie Connect. This is extended to all students, all senior manager folks who wish to understand how to have the right leadership mindset. So we enable them to attend webinars, we enable them to connect and get the right kind of leadership from the industry veterans. The other piece is IIC Connect. This is an app. This is an app on Play Store and Apple Store. It's right where you're sitting. You can download it, and it's something that's very close to my heart. Here's a preview of it. Could you please press on? Sound, please. Could you replay it with the sound, please? Thank you. Please take a moment to scan and download the app. I would be happy to hear any reviews that you might have. While this app is only and exclusively accessible to IT CXOs, for today we've kept it open for anyone who is in attendance today to download the app and experience it. So please take a moment to download it. Okay, I'll wait 5 more seconds. I see a lot of phones going up. Thank you. I'll try. Now, talking about what today is about, I've already spoken about why community is at the forefront of everything we do at India IT 360. And today we're collaborating that community, that essence of community, with 3 key pillars, which is cloud, digital trust, and artificial intelligence. With this, we are grateful to our partners and speakers who are contributing today towards this conversation. And with this, I am honored to announce Digital Native Connect open for session. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, ma'am. I request all of you all to kindly give a big round of applause. Thank you so much for inspiring and addressing the gathering. Now it's time to set the tone for the day with our keynote address. We are honored to have Mr. Rangarajan Srirangam, the Senior Regional VP of Solution Engineering India at Snowflake. He is a seasoned technology leader with nearly 3 decades of experience across developer platforms, data, analytics, AI, ML, and cloud technologies. As a senior leader, he guides and leads teams by helping enterprise unlock the full value of their data through the Snowflake platform. Having previously spent over 2 decades at Microsoft in key engineering leadership roles, his expertise spans product engineering, cloud innovation, and enterprise solution. Today, he'll be sharing the insights on how cloud, AI, and digital trust are redefining digital enterprises. So may I please invite Mr. Rangarajan Srirangam to grace the stage. Let's all give a big round of applause and call Sir on the stage.
Able to hear me? Are we on laptop or your presentation? That one? Okay. Awesome. Digital native connect, right? Those 3 words also epitomize what we do in many ways with AI. AI is digital in the sense it's always on cloud. It's native because it's starting to understand a lot more about what we want better and better. In AI, you have these 2 terms, artificial and intelligence put together. But AI is getting a lot more closer to natural intelligence because it's able to figure out what we want. It's also, to some extent, able to anticipate what we want next. It's also able to determine what we might have wanted as opposed to how we expressed it. In many ways, that is becoming closer to natural rather than artificial. The third part is connect. The connect part in AI is as important as the native part because it's able to connect to different places where what it thrives on, the data resides. It's able to connect to enterprise systems. It's able to connect to systems which are non-governed, whether it is structured or unstructured data. It's also able to connect to things that are there on the internet which keep changing as well. Then it's able to connect to all of these 3 things together, put them together in some meaningful way, and then work further to develop insights on this. So I'm very happy to talk on Digital Native Connect Forum because most of what I'm going to talk about is really what we do in many ways in having a digital ecosystem, a connected ecosystem, and the ecosystem that is native to needs. For all of us who are living through this is my 30th year in IT, but no year like this. What I have been able to do over many years from the time I started out as a programmer to now, if I look at all of the code I've written, all of the queries I've written, all of the scripts I've written, all of the systems I've deployed, all of the systems I have debugged, maintained, scaled, secured, made reliable, and so on. I think AI could do what I did if I expressed myself properly in maybe a matter of a week to 2 weeks. All of what I did in 30 years, I think it'll be able to compress and then deliver stuff that I deployed and so on in that matter of time. And that's really the disruption we are all living through, the age of agentic AI, which is basically AI that is resulting in meaningful business transformation starting from some data, sometimes even starting from no data. But when AI is anchored on data that is palatable to it, it hallucinates less, it produces meaningful output. That meaningful output then leads to some business transformation. Despite the disruption we are living through and the promise of AI, some customers are succeeding with AI, some customers are not. Remains in POCs and experiments in many cases, very successful in some cases. So if you look at some of the statistics we get in CA.com, Gartner.com, Fortune.com and so on, you have about 75%, means 3 out of 4 AI projects fail. And something like 9 out of 10 AI projects fail to reach production, means they get deployed and they make money, or they go and solve some business problem. And the time taken to get them to production is also significant. It takes somewhere like 6 to 8 months too. Then if you look at what is basically resulting in this, there are, let's say, 3 types of problems. What we call as off-the-block problems, the time it takes to set up AI, which means you need the infrastructure, you need the orchestration, you need the DevOps behind it, you need to have the applications running in some place where it is secure. You are not affected, let's say, by bad actors. Also, it can scale. It is available close to where your users are. It's also reliable. All these non-functional characteristics need to be got together. Then the data that AI works on needs what I call as context. This context is so important for AI that it is reasonable to say that content without context is just commotion. Whenever AI operates on context that is either irrelevant or it is not put together the right way and so on, then you start getting outputs which are surprising, sometimes shocking as well. So that the data, when anchored properly, gives AI the context to operate. Sometimes, and in many of the percentages I quoted, this middle layer of having data the right way is the fundamental problem. And the third part is having got the context and having got the infrastructure set up, the ability to be able to secure. And that has different dimensions, whether you are able to defend yourself from an attack. But even more importantly, if there are roles who are authorized to see data, how much of data can they see? How much of data can they modify? Are they able to do more than what they should be? Is AI having too much power? All of these related to the security aspect. And therefore, getting to enterprise-grade AI agents is generally a challenging task. You need to be able to work across data in the first part of what I said, data that spans different form factors, unstructured data, structured data, data in files, worksheets, spreadsheets, presentations, documents, forms like TIFF and PDF and so on. Also data that is there in more structured forms, whether it is in TSV, CSV, whether it is there in hierarchical forms, YAML, XML and so on, JSON. And then data that is also there in highly structured form, relational databases, analytical systems, all of it. Then data that is having a pure business view of it, let's say data in SAP, data in Salesforce, all of this data contributes to the data that AI can work on potentially. Then, while that is data, you need to be able to provide the semantics or the context to, in order for that synthesizing data from different sources to be meaningful. And that basically is the argument which drives things like prompts to work well. Then the data needs to be ready for AI to consume. Means whatever LLM engine you are running on top of the data that you have been, that you have structured, and then which you are able to retrieve, needs to be available to the LLM. Putting these three things together with the form factor that I talk about is usually the more difficult challenge. Now, in this context, to set the tone, agentic AI is working on goals. It's not working on something that is super specific as, your intention to write a query or the intention that as expressed by a code. That is basically the mechanism of how to implement the goal. So far, in the 30 years I've been working on mechanisms. Here is one instrument to realize my goal. I could write a code. Another instrument to write, I could go and use a system. I could use a database. I could go and use GitHub and so on. So all of these are mechanisms or instruments different from the goal. The big difference with agentic AI is it's taking goals. It's taking big goals. And a goal could be analyze this data and give me insights on this, as simple as that. When I started with this sort of a goal, I had to previously break it down into mechanisms and find what mechanisms are needed to go and achieve the goal. Not anymore. I can start with the goal. Goals are basically inputs which help decide what sort of outputs to generate, and these inputs are expressed in simple English terms as opposed to deconstructing them and then constructing technical terms out of them. The other thing is agents are able to handle these goals over a multi-step process. That process could involve access source A, update source B, synthesize data from two different sources C and D, put these together and then deploy the output in some other destination E, and so on. So the ability to do multi-step actions and then complex reasoning actions is also distinguishing how agents are working different from everything else we saw previously. Tying it back to some of the things that we do in Snowflake is tied to some of the principles I talked about so far. Basically, the Snowflake platform is a data platform, also an AI platform. We call it as a data and AI platform. The primary goal of what we do is to have AI working on data which it fully and completely understands in all its elements, syntactical elements, semantical elements, connection elements, structure, residence, form factor, all of it, and simply use AI to be able to operate on any of these. So basically, fundamentally, in Snowflake AI Data Cloud, you can build data agents from any sort of enterprise data with any of these sources, and we also keep adding more sources. The second thing is that while data sources are what they are, the adoption of AI also is increasing. There are 2 or 3 things that are happening in that space. AI needs to produce value. So what we are saying as are value-driven AI. From AI that is the general, let's say, ChatGPT type of variety where you ask any question related to anything in the world and you get some answer which is mostly accurate. The AI on which you can make money is AI which is focused on business use cases across different parts of your businesses, business units, and so on. And so that value is really that AI which can understand it, and hence the need to be able to be native to your business, to be able to connect to your sources, and so on. So as AI becomes more native to your business, it starts to boost efficiency, and then people see more incremental value out of the AI. There are a number of enterprises in India too who are doing better than global averages on how we are doing on AI, or how they are doing on AI. The general perception is that there is a lot more AI expertise in India, but people are also succeeding a lot more with AI in India. Generally, respondents in India who are, when asked about Gen AI, there is a lot more response. I think the figure is something like 71% to 61% in terms of how people respond to this. Then, in terms of the number of use cases we are finding, it is spanning different business dimensions. It could be software development, yes, a big use case for code gen, customer service, a big use case for bots, especially support bots, sales, big use cases for being able to prep salespeople to find more about the customer you are talking to, so on and so forth. Also analyze that sales. IT ops, ability to do things like predict failures, prevent failures, look at where failures are happening and then react to that, be able to support your customers better and so on. Then of course, the big thing, things like cybersecurity and data analysis, where the focus is primarily on insights. In each of these cases, it's not just that India is learning AI faster, we are also adopting AI faster. It's leading to improved efficiency in what I talked about. It's leading to innovation, primarily on the analytics side. as also on customer service side, and then better financial performance. Okay, our vision can be summarized in 3 words in Snowflake: easy, connected, and trusted. Make AI and data really, really easy to set up and use. Secondly, ensure data can connect to, is internally connected, externally connected, kind of well put together, and respects things like roles, permissions, access control mechanisms, standards, and so on, so that you can build your data universe easier, connect it to existing data wherever it exists, structured way, unstructured way, first party, second party, third party, and so on, and ensure that you have trust and security that you need. You have the governance that you need, you have the ability to audit, you have the ability to look at things like lineage. You can basically, with all this, make the right business decision. So our focus most of the time is to develop products and solutions which are faster to market by being easy, connected, and trusted. It's from what we've been doing over the past couple of years, especially on the AI side. There are a number of customers pretty well known who are succeeding. I've taken a couple of examples in this slide. One is Wakefit and the other is Indigo. A few more, LB Finance as well as Bajaj and so on. In Wakefit, who deals with sleep comfort, mattresses and so on, what we did what they did with our AI platform was basically to be able to use it to generate different insights related to sales, related to delivery and so on, how they can make decisions related to credit, how they can relate it to things like detect fraud and so on, how they can get services to be more specific to the customer being served and so on. Indigo Airlines, I'm sure a number of you would be customers. Data is the fundamental bedrock of being able to do AI on top, and the AI is basically unlocking different insights. Insights which make better decision on flights, routes, optimization strategies, cost optimization, route optimization, so on and so forth. It's not only these similar examples with things like AstraZeneca, Nissan, so on and so forth, both in India and in the rest of the world. The AI set of services in Snowflake is under the umbrella called Cortex. So it's usually Cortex something. There is a search service in Cortex which focuses on unstructured data. There is a analyst service which focuses on the structured data. There are top-level services like Snowflake Intelligence, which are for the business user. And then there are things like Cortex Code, which is basically for things like code gen and so on. Snowflake Intelligence basically provides the insights. It's targeted at business analysts. As a business analyst, if you are using Snowflake data platform and other platforms to which it can connect to, then by going to Snowflake Intelligence, you can just go start typing questions which covers all of the ecosystem that is underneath, including data stores, warehouses, lakes, data in different form factors, and even combine that with what is available on the internet. Then Cortex Code is basically targeted towards the developer persona, focusing on being able to generate code, queries, scripts, dashboards, and so on and so forth in different ways. What this enables us to do in general is to get AI much closer to functional people, put AI inside workflows instead of just a generic AI capability which people use more like a search engine. So when we bring AI into the workflow, it understands the workflow context, the data stores behind the workflow, then things like the applications that the teams are already using become more useful for that AI. The data behind them also becomes more useful to the AI. And you can start asking some business question in a particular workflow. Let's say it's a financial workflow. On Snowflake Intelligence, you can ask a question like, why is my revenue not increasing or increasing? Or why is the predictability of my revenue going low and so on? and provided the data underlying is suitable for that AI, it's going to start answering all of those questions. Means you can start doing policy decisions at the point at which the decision needs to be made. Then there is Cortex Code. It comes in currently 2 form factors. One is Cortex Code as accessible through Snow site, which is the fundamental portal view of Snowflake. On the right hand side, there will be a star button. You click that star button, a lower right hand bar, then you get a interface where you can start typing stuff. What can you type there? You can type things like create a database for me in English, or go and create a table in this database. Or you can go and say generate some data for the table. Generate 1,000 rows of data related to, let's say, sales or related to marketing or something like that. And it's just going to ask you at best, hey, this is how I'm going to do it. It'll do an analysis phase. It'll say, this is how I'm going to do it. Do you want to go ahead? You say, go ahead. It'll start doing any of these things. It'll do a lot more than what I said. On top of it, if you have generated some data or you already have some existing data, you can ask a query like, okay, analyze this campaign data or sales data for potential improvements in such simple English. And it's going to understand that query, make some decisions which will convert it to the mechanisms that I described about, things like queries and so on, and then start producing the results. Then when you start seeing results, you can say, instead of showing these results in text, tabularize it, list it, or create graphs, create bar charts and so on and so forth. It's going to do that also. Then you can type more English, which is like, okay, I see these results. I'd like to analyze this using a linear regression model or whatever. Or I'd like to analyze this using one of the custom models that I have. So agent, you use that in your reasoning, and it's going to go and use that. And then you can also give it a deployment task. Hey, take this analysis that you built, build me a Streamlit dashboard with these parameters. It's going to do that too, and then you can go and start using it. It's a very, very powerful capability, and if you are looking at Snowflake, it's just available even through trial accounts. You can try. If you are already an existing user of Snowflake, it would be awesome to try it directly from what is available now. How many of you have used Snowflake? Okay, a few of you are, which is good. And for the others, all you need for this is to get started with a free trial account. Get it enabled, and you can start using these capabilities as well. This is the time to act to build enterprise-grade data agents. Starting now gives you the pioneer advantage. You're going to be the one of the few people who, if you identify the right use cases, agents are going to make things much faster. Like I said, Cortex Code and intelligence are crashing the time it takes for my team in Snowflake to build whatever they are building. It's also crashing the time it takes for my customers to build whatever they are building on Snowflake by orders of magnitude. Sometimes it is 10 times, sometimes it is 100 times what it does. Not only that, the code and data it generates is very safe, tuned to best practices, usually works as such, and there will be times when it doesn't work as such. When it doesn't work, it gives an error message. You can even copy the error message and say, I'm getting this error, go and correct the error, and it does a good job of that also. With Cortex AI, you're going to have a first mover advantage, some compounding effects, because there'll be differentiation against any competition. It's going to be able to do anything that you do on Snowflake for the most part by understanding a lot of what is going on behind. It's also going to be much faster, improving your time to market. And as we keep moving on the breadth dimension, we'll also keep moving on the depth dimension. We'll start putting more and more features which will enable this sort of AI capability to be more powerful. Even now, you can do a lot more things with things like Cortex Code. You can say, go and build this dynamic table or a hybrid table or an iceberg table, so on and so forth, which are all very, very Snowflake specific terms. The AI will already understand most of these terms and then make the right choices. Proof points wise, we have customers practically in every industry who are using our AI services. AI services in Snowflake under the umbrella of Cortex, whether it's intelligence or Cortex Code, analysts, search, and so on, are easily the most experiencing the biggest growth. We have about 13,600 odd customers worldwide. AI services, maybe a year to 2 years, out of those 13,600, we have 9,100 customers who are on to AI services. It also represents the biggest growth dimension for us. So clearly there's a lot of value that they are deriving in a product that is pretty nascent but hugely effective. You have a statistic which says we have 9,100 customers which are using AI services every week. It's ranging from financial services, IT services, manufacturing, from more specialized domains, and even very generic usage too. Awesome. Snowflake is where data does more. I can open it up for questions if you have time, or the next speaker. Next speaker. Awesome. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, sir, for that insightful keynote. Let's give a big round of applause to Mr. Rangarajan Srirangam, the Senior Regional VP of Solution Engineering India at Snowflake. Let's give a big round of applause. I request sir to kindly come on the stage once. Meanwhile, I request Mr. Alok Gupta, our MD of India IT 360 and Unistel Systems, to kindly come on the stage. Let's give a big round of applause, and I now request sir to hand over a memento as a token of love and gratitude to Mr. Rangarajan Srirangam. Let's give a round of applause. Once again, thank you so much, sir, for that insightful keynote. Well, thank you so much. We now move to our first panel discussion on future of multi-cloud and edge in digital ecosystem. As organizations navigate complex cloud environments, the challenges is not just adoption, but managing, securing, and optimizing them. Let's welcome our moderator and esteemed panelists. I would now like to call upon stage our moderator for this panel discussion, Mr. Sunil Khare, the founder of Envid AI. With a big round of applause, I request sir to kindly take the stage. He is a seasoned technology leader with over 2 decades of experience across global organizations like Hawaii, Cisco, and leading media tech platforms, driving large-scale cloud and OTT transformations. With deep expertise in cloud architecture, platform engineering, and scalable digital ecosystem, he brings a powerful perspective on building resilient, future-ready infrastructure. Let's give a big round of applause to Mr. Sunil Khare. Meanwhile, I would now like to take the opportunity to call upon stage our industry panelists to the stage. First of all, I would like to call upon Mr. Manish Gupta. With a big round of applause, I request Mr. Manish Gupta to kindly take the stage, who is a Chief Product and Technology Officer of Anarog. With over 26 years of experience in building and scaling fintech and proptech platforms, a visionary in building scalable platforms, he has led engineering and product functions at organizations like NoBroker and co-founded Society Connect. With deep expertise in agile delivery, product strategy, and enterprise scale innovation, Manish is known for aligning technology with business outcomes and building high-performing teams that deliver impact at scale. So with a big round of applause, please welcome Mr. Manish once again with a big round of applause. Meanwhile, I would also like to call upon Mr. Gautam Kumar Bevi, CTO, Kogos Technology. Round of applause to you as well, sir. A leader working at the forefront of technology innovation in logistics and supply chain. As Chief Technology Officer of Kogos Technology, he leads the development of intelligent digital platform that power modern logistics networks. His work focuses on building scalable, efficient, and tech-driven mobility solutions. So with a big round of applause, I would like to welcome you as well, sir. Meanwhile, I would also like to call upon Ms. Tanusha Komi, the delivery head of Coder's Brain. With a round of applause, I would like to call upon Ms. Tanisha on the stage. Tanusha Komi is motivated professional recognized for her strong organizational skills and client-focused approach. With experience in event coordination and data management and client follow-ups, she brings structure and clarity to every task she handles. Currently, serving as a delivery head at Coder's Brain, she applies her expertise to ensure smooth operations and effective client delivery. She is passionate about continuous learning and strives to enhance both her professional and personal growth. Once again, I would like to welcome you, ma'am. Now I would like to call upon Mr. Suhas Suresh, the Director of IT Liminal Custody. I request Sir to kindly take the stage with a round of applause. I would like to welcome him as well. He brings deep expertise in digital asset, infrastructure, and enterprise IT strategy. As a Director of IT at Liminal Custody, he leads secure technology frameworks for digital asset custody platforms. His insights into building trusted, secure digital ecosystems and incredibly relevant today. Please welcome Mr. Suhas. I would like to extend a heartfelt welcome to you as well, sir. Now, with a big round of applause, let us start and begin our first panel discussion on future of multi-cloud and edge in digital ecosystem. Over to the panel.
Thank you for a wonderful introduction. So as we are here to talk about digital native journey, and without cloud, it's very difficult to imagine how digital journey will be like, hello, yeah. So here, I think, the main important part that, this panel is going to discuss about, like, how multi-cloud strategy is going to evolve, how it's, whether it's strategic, initiatives or advantage that, industry is going to take, or it is operational necessity. So we will take help of our panels to understand, like, how this overall multi-cloud and edge strategy is going to unfold in 2026 and going forward. So with that, I'm going to start, like, with Mr. Manish Gupta. As a fintech and prop tech platform scale rapidly, what are the key challenges in building technology architecture that remain both agile and resilient? What's your view on that?
So, well, I don't feel there is any challenge which is there on the technology front. It's basically the people or the techies, they are moving into speed versus trust versus complexity. So these three things are basically most of the fintech players are facing, since the data is little higher side. And once you start, you are starting with maybe a legacy application or something like that. And later on, once you are moving towards agility versus resilience, then this comes into picture. So what actually we also faced, we also started something with the, you can say, legacy application, which was initially started with the one-node SaaS platform. And later on, we moved towards the white labeling the solutions. So that's where challenges were coming into picture, that you cannot multifold things within the same kind of system. So what we did and how we are able to pursue further is basically we broken down into three different buckets. Mm-hmm. The first bucket was basically, you can say, your engineers. They should be working in autonomy all the time. So if one engineer is working, other should not be stuck somewhere. So that's where we broken down this into microservices, and that's what we are already doing. And other than that, one thing which is required, the IDP behind the scene, where developers don't spend their time, especially on whenever they are doing some development, and they are continuously struggling into, that was initial the problem that we are facing. But later we created something which was auto deployment, especially on the staging environment itself. So that comes into picture. So once IDP is there, your second parameter is also resolved. And when you talk about resilience, so on resilience, basically your restoration and all those things comes into picture. So you cannot go like agility or resilience, two different buckets. Mm-hmm. That should go together. It will not be a option available that you are either agile or resilience. You have to go together. So once you are doing these three things together, then you will be able to achieve. And if agility is there and resilience is there, flexibility should also be there. So if flexibility is not there, this will be tough.
Yeah, absolutely. So one quick follow-up question, like, when you just mentioned about, staging environment versus go to the production, like, how you make sure the scale of the data, like, in the lower environment to test the application, this kind of complex scenarios, mm-hmm. How you just sample the data to ensure the quality of the product?
So it's a very simple thing. How we started initially, we do have some demo applications initially. So in the production environment itself, we create some demonstrations. So we do have some mechanism by which you can transfer data from one location to another location easily. So based on some demo application that we are transferring from that side to this side, because creating that kind of data is very much not possible, especially in your staging environment, which is really required at the time of when you launch an application. So that's how we do. And the Kubernetes and everything are actually supporting us. Your black box environment is there. That's where you are able to deploy something very, very quickly. So let's say, just take an example. If there are 10 developers are working and my 10 queues are also sitting in the queue and 10 features are going live together, so then we have 10 different branches. So these branches are getting deployed directly into that kind of black box environment, and you have different URL available. So that's where they are not stuck.
Yeah. Thank you so much for a wonderful answer. So next questions to Gautam for you. From engineering lens, what harder today managing multi-cloud complexity or extend real business value from it?
Yeah, first of all, thank you for the opportunity. So from the engineering perspective, managing the multi-cloud itself is a harder problem, I would say. Right? Extracting a business value has usually a specific use cases, right? Be it cost optimization, redundancy, or specific services, right? But managing multi-cloud, introduces a lot of overheads, be it network, right, across different clouds, observability, or operating tools, right? In the systems, having real-time operational data coming in, such as ours in logistics, right? Maintaining the consistency across the cloud, often outweighs the challenges, right? Or often outweighs the value it brings, right? So I would say, adopting is not a challenge, but the justification of operating cost is.
Yeah, I can understand. Because when you operate in a multi-cloud environment, like there is a lot of egress, like, keeping data into different clouds, it's kind of, real complex environment. And making sure, like, the same consistent, performance across the cloud is also another challenge.
Correct.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you so much. Yeah. So, Dhanusha, next questions to you. From a developer first perspective, how is a multi-cloud changing the way modern applications are being built and deployed?
Firstly, nice to be here today. And I am not from the developer end, but I'll try to answer this question. So as previously we do have multiple, just few cloud applications, but nowadays there are multiple cloud applications that will help us to be, to developer to choose the right cloud for the right workload.
Yeah.
So that, so the work will be smarter and faster and flexibility. So we do have multiple options to choose the exact cloud, what we want to work and how it goes.
Yeah, and with the AI coming in a picture, things become more interesting.
More interesting.
Because you can leverage more AI capability given that the specific cloud offer those capabilities, right? Yeah. Thank you so much. So Suhash, another questions to you. In a highly distributed environment, what does the resilience truly means beyond uptime and SLA?
See, if I have to talk about the resilience in a highly distributed area, especially on a fintech organizations or on a payment gateway kind of an organization, resilience, I should tell you that it should fail, in fact. And failure will be something like that, which will stop the process until it will not give you the accessibility to have a wrong transaction or a wrong input or a wrong kind of a money or a custodial quality which will put it into the place. So resilience is also, should be always taken care with the safety graphics basically. So once the safety graphic has been put into place, we need to also have a proper kind of a backup and then a proper kind of a DR setup on the geographical positions into this position to the other geographical position. So that's how the resilience could be like put in place in especially the organizations where we work for a fintech organizations.
Thank you so much. So Manish, follow-up questions to you. With increasing reliance on the data-driven ecosystem, how we can organize balance innovation with trust, security, and regulatory compliances?
So again, I'm saying this is not a challenge now. Yeah. You are sitting in an era of AI at the moment, and your code base itself, becomes something on the security. So when you are developing your code, you can implement something with your code itself. So security is there itself. So you cannot detach security from first I'll be doing my application development and then I'll be looking for something called VAPT or something like that.
Security by design.
Yeah. So SAST and your DST, everything is available there, and then with a lot of tools are available in the market at the moment. And even now Jira is also coming up with a lot of these kind of things. Your code review is also one of the key thing which is supporting you, that these are your initial static security issues are there that you can hand over. So the problem is this if trust is not there. So the main problem comes in picture whenever something happens. Let's say you are into financial domain at the moment, and this is a number game you can think of. It's a 0.01 difference is also something which breaks the customer trust. So when you are writing your code base in a way, then there are two problems which comes. One is your data quality. Another one is basically your data is being hacked somehow.
Yeah.
So there are multiple layers you can think of. Initially something on your CDN level itself. You can have your firewalls. So firewall setup you can do, so your top level security is done. Literally you can go up to the 7 security level till your code base. So if these things are there and your developer itself is doing, I don't think so this is a challenge now.
So how to gain the trust of the customer, whatever we are doing, literally, giving the kind of confidence to them, their data is secure, right?
How to give trust to a customer? It's basically, there are two things which customer look at. You are sitting in one of the very low network environment at any given point in time. And that's where if, data latency is there, I'm just taking an example. If data latency is there, your servers are in US and you are calling and data is coming, let's say, due to network latency it is not coming. So if you have something called your CDN and everything is available, that's where your data will come fast. Only your logical data which is required, which will come from that side. So that kind of thing, if you are implementing in that, the first impression is that. Laterally, code review is definitely one of the things that is required, and probably something is still missing on that front, but
yeah, I think I completely understand. Yeah. Gautam, you have any view on this, especially trust and security in terms of the data?
Yeah, you got to left shift the security always. I mean, it has to start, it has to be there by design. So that is one of the foremost things everybody has to think. So it can't be afterthought. Right? So it has to, whatever, implementation you're doing, whatever design you're putting in place, security has to be thought as a first use case rather than the actual requirement that comes into place. So that's.
So I think in the today's world, people are using a lot writing a code AI, they're using AI, right? And how ensure the code written by the AI is providing that kind of, security by design?
That is still a question to everyone at the moment. I don't think so anybody is having complete answer to it.
Yeah, just thought of asking this question, if you guys have any view around it.
Yeah, so just to add the previous question, basically what actually he also added into that, network threat is not anymore now. The main problem comes at the IAM level. So if you are designing something on user authentication itself, that makes more sense.
Yeah. So putting the first wall, when user access the platform, and then they're going to absolutely. Yeah. So Gautam, the next questions to you: with the increasing distributed workload, how do teams ensure consistency in performance and reliability across the cloud and edge environment?
Yeah, consistency is not provided by the infrastructure. Rather, it has to be a design discipline, I would say, right? So once the workloads are deployed across the cloud and edge, the variability is inevitable, right? Be it network latency, failures, partial failures, network connectivity, right? So basically, in real systems, maintaining the consistency across, the cloud often outweighs the challenge, basically the problems, right? So in essence, basically you need to have some kind of, event-driven architecture or, idempotency or retry mechanisms, right? Or observability, strong observability that clearly pinpoints where the problem is, right? So you can't basically enforce consistency. Rather, you need to design systems that can tolerate and behave predictably in inconsistencies.
So when it comes to the multi-cloud deployment scenario, right, where every cloud offer a different SLA, it's kind of different infrastructure that we are going to use it. Do you think consistency also become important aspects to ensure because the user is accessing the platform, it doesn't matter whether it's coming from X cloud versus Y cloud. I'm a platform user, I should be having similar or consistent experience across the board, right?
That's where I said design discipline is very important, right?
Yeah.
So your system has to be tolerant enough to work with these inconsistencies.
Yeah. Tanisha, any views from your side? Suresh, you want to add anything on this?
See, the problem with today is the infrastructure or the compliance when it comes into the picture. The infrastructure plays a very much huge role into that. Mm-hmm. So at that time, the data, these things and all those things will be very much beneficial on.
Yeah.
So in my opinion, multi-cloud, this is not a necessity until unless your system is too critical. It should not be just by design initially itself. Once you started thinking that my system is too critical and I should have, recently something happened UAE, that we also faced some trouble after that. So if you are multi-cloud, you will be able to save something, especially on the data readiness side. And if you are having multi-region itself, you will be able to survive in that as well.
Yeah.
And what is the difference between multi-cloud and multi-region? Multi-region will require lesser permissions. Your IAM and everything is settled because your one account will handle everything. Mm-hmm. But if you go multi-cloud, you have to handle this security aspect on both the sides. So your overhead will increase and complexity will also increase because what Google support, what AWS support, there are some differences if your application is really huge. Okay. So in my opinion or in my thinking, multi-cloud should not be a necessity. Multi-region could be one necessity based on your criticality of the system. And if your system is not too critical, you should be a multi-availability zone. That is perfectly fine, I believe.
Or do you think multi-cloud and cloud agnostics, these are two different terms?
I'm not aware about that.
Okay.
I would like to add one small point there. Multi-cloud is a procurement strategy, not an architectural strategy.
And it also requires a lot of skills, you need different kinds of people to handle if you're on a AWS kind of an environment, or if you're on a GCP kind of an environment in one organization. The finance will also question you on the economics on what you're doing on your budgeting system.
Yeah, this is a game of cost or, So then, Tanusha, I think, the question to you is, with edge computing rising, how should developer rethink latency, data processing and user experience?
I would say one thing that earlier we used to focus on building and building applications and delivering that. But nowadays we are mostly focusing how it is useful to the user. Mm-hmm. And we used to focus on multiple areas, like 366 areas. We used to look how the cloud application, how it is useful for us, and then we are going to implement that.
Yeah, it's fantastic, yeah. So Shahas, for you, as expand into tier 2 and tier 3 ecosystem, What new challenges do you foresee in scalability and governance?
See, as edge expands in the tier 2 or the tier 3 kind of areas, right? The loss will be on the luxuriness what we get on the scaleness. So what I would try to say is like on the tier 1 kind of a thing, it is maybe the downtime will be more and the availability of reaching out to the downtime will be like very less when it compared to the tier 1 to tier 2 or tier 3, right? So it's not only about the tier 2 structure or anything like that, even the infrastructure what you try to have provided in the tier 1 kind of a location, you'll not be able to have the same kind of a luxuriness in the tier 2 or a tier 3. So what I mean to say is to have it in a very good area of where it is like reachability, where you have got and the availability within this competitive world, wherein the SLAs will be provided and the compliance governance will be written that we will be having it within a 4 hours kind of a time or a 2 hours kind of a time. It will be very, what I can say is very late to be an approachable kind of a thing on the tier 2 kind of geographical locations.
Gautam, you want to add anything to this? Okay. Nish, any views on this? Not yet. Okay. So from the experience in building the scaling products with role, does product thinking play in ensuring long-term business value beyond just technology execution? So how do you see this?
So it's a very simple thing. There are two things behind it. One is what I can develop, okay? And what should I develop and why? So this will always comes with the product thinking. Unless your product thinking is not there, you will end up building something which is not required in the market.
Yeah.
Right. So product thinking is should be on the top notch in any of the company, and they should look for all the use cases which are required, and they should come into that. So without product thinking, so what was the question? Can you repeat once more?
From your experience in building and scaling products, what role does product thinking play in ensuring long-term business value beyond just technology execution?
So once a product vision is there, then only you will be able to see the business value, because product is continuously working hand in hand with the business all the time. Based on that, you will be able to see what actually I'm going to develop. And unless your product is not there, you will not be able to survive without that. And I think that's the crux of this particular.
So we have to bring outside in view, like, when building a product, like, what industry demands, like, what's the business requirement.
That research is required.
Research is required.
Until the research is there, you will not be able to survive in the market.
And once we build a product, like, you should use a number of times, not rather like
usability
should also be there. Gautam, do you have any views on this?
Yeah, usually, 80% of the features are used by 20% of the times, right?
Yeah.
So you got to understand what is really required and invest in that in terms of time and energy.
So how do you guys take the inputs, like, when you build the product? That definitely there is a product vertical who's just looking all the market research and doing all those
it's a market research which we do generally. Like there are 2-3 things that we do. There are some operation team which is there in the field. They are going and connecting with the clients itself, what client actually want. We are deeply checking everything and then connecting whether any competitor is also there in the market, and this is already being developed, or this is something which is something very, very, very new. So all subject matter expert we are connecting, and that's where we are developing something.
Or sometime you are, first mover in the market, like, building some new feature, which you don't find like competition already built.
But see, if we are first mover, still something exists in the market, maybe in the manual mode. So subject matter experts are always there.
Okay.
Because something you cannot automate until something is required in the market.
Correct.
Because if you are first mover, you are actually serving some problem to be resolved. Then only this comes.
Right. So business problem has to be there before building anything top of it.
Otherwise, it is your choice what actually you are doing.
It's kind of experiment you are doing. You don't know whether it will fly or not. Yeah. Thanks, Manish. So, Gautam, the next questions to you is Kubernetes enough to unify multi-cloud strategy, or are we still missing a bigger abstraction layer?
Yeah, Kubernetes doesn't solve everything. A lot of things are there other than Kubernetes as well. Definitely, it standardizes the workload or orchestration, but multi-cloud brings lot more problems, be it data gravity, network, right, identity, and observability, right. Basically, what I would say is, you can move workloads across the cloud, but you can't managing or movement of data or managing multi-network across clouds, right? Or maintaining security policies consistently across the cloud. These are the bigger challenges, right? So yeah, I mean, Kubernetes doesn't solve everything.
Yeah, it's like, maybe a small part of the whole
Correct.
bigger problem.
Correct.
Because when you move from one to other clouds, either you go complete cloud agnostic approach, you third-party solutions, which are, making sure you don't tightly, married to the one cloud.
Correct.
But everything comes with a cost.
Correct.
Right. Yeah. Suhas, you have any view on this? Danisha? Oh, okay, yeah, that's great. Yeah. Okay, so I think Danish, Tanusha, for you, are we moving towards a world where infrastructure decisions are invisible to developers or more critical than ever?
Now the platforms are more making infrastructure more easier to the developer, where I feel that point. And now where the user is looking for that, where the SIM, for suppose example we are using the SIM, we need to get the signals all over the India, wherever we go. That is how the user thinks about. Wherever we want to use the application, it have to be worked wherever we go. So that how it is making more easier and faster to use.
Yeah. Any of you, any other views on this? Suhash?
No, I'm good with
No,
that.
that's good.
No, with infrastructure as a code, I think it will actually ease out a lot, and it will actually abstract out and make it much more closer to the developer as well.
Yeah, I think that is the, IAC, right?
That
That's
is really a
called,
support, especially the Terraform, if you talk about.
Terraform, yeah.
That is really a support. Recently, we faced this trouble. We were in UAE and we had to shift everything in Singapore due to this. So it was very, very easy.
So within cloud, I think you can use Terraform and deploy, but would it
multi-cloud,
work to the
this
multi-cloud
will be a
also?
it will not be a complete problem, but your VPC, all those things that you can still manipulate. There is one mapping that you need to create, but you should have other cloud also ready. If that cloud is available, then you can do that mapping as well into that. That is also available.
Great, yeah. So Suresh, next question. Suhas, next question for you. What is one emerging technology or trend in multi-cloud edge that leaders are still underestimating today?
Underestimating in the multi-cloud environment by the leaders, what I feel is like the AI inferencing. If I say about the AI inferencing means, now we as the leaders, in fact, like pushing up the backup of our data into a centralized cloud thing, what we need to focus on. We are fully reliable on the artificial intelligence, that where it has the backup to be put in and what it is doing. So that's one thing I think that what we are lagging our focus behind it. Because today, if we talk about a middle-in-the-man attack or a hacker kind of an attack, what it does is like he sits into our environment and he keeps a watch on it for some quite few days, like 15 days or 20 days or 25 days kind of a thing. And what he does is not only looking on the transactions what we do or on the availability and the interference what we have got, he also see that where my backup is going into and in what kind of secure place my backup is going into. Why the backup is necessary is if he hits the backup of our entire infrastructure, then I have nothing to be put into the place on that particular second. Then I'll have to bow down to him and I'll have to pay him on the ransom amount what he will request for. So that's how it has been going on, right? So I think this is one AI inferencing is what like we are still underestimating on the multi-cloud part of the things.
So on this, I have one problem which is still remains with us. Your unstructured data, that data backup is still a challenge. Once something like natural disasters or something like that is happening, so we are still not able to find that solution so far. But on your managed database services, this is perfectly fine. That's not a big problem so far.
What in the data? Another problem, like, as per the compliance, you cannot move certain data outside of your
Data
country.
release is also a problem.
If natural disaster happen in the country, your data is in the cloud, then how do you manage that part, right? That's
That
the
is still a question. So that's where your multi-cloud will come into picture. But what if both the clouds are basically hit at the same point in time?
Right. So is it something that you should keep in the on-prem to protect? But that may also get hit,
But
right?
on-prem, that hybrid will be basically for banking kind of sector, but not for something which is into prop tech or fintech kind of thing.
Yeah. It's wonderful, like, it's, thank you so much for, wonderful answers to all these questions. Like, and I hope you all have got a lot of insight from all the panelists. If you guys have any questions, we'd love to answer, a couple of questions.
But I would like to ask, like, how many of us have witnessed multi-cloud infrastructure, real deployments? Maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So it's usually, workloads deployed across different accounts in the same cloud. That's what we have witnessed so far. But multi-cloud is still, out there. There are a lot of challenges that we have to, address.
But when you say multi-cloud, should be, one primary cloud should be there and the secondary cloud should also be coming based on your actual value-added requirement. Otherwise, there is no sense to have secondary cloud.
Thank you so much for all of your time. Really appreciate you. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all our panelists for the valuable insights. I request you all to kindly stay back for a while. Once again, I think everybody, they deserve a big round of applause. Can you all give a round of applause? Well, thank you so much. Meanwhile, I would now like to request Ms. Sarita Verma, the Head of Marketing India IT 360, to kindly come on the stage with a big round of applause. I would like to welcome her as well. I request her to kindly distribute the token of gratitude to all our panelists along with our moderator, Mr. Sunil Khare, sir. So first of all, I request her to kindly hand over the memento to our moderator, Mr. Sunil Khare, sir. Let's give a big round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. Also, I request you to kindly hand over the memento to Mr. Manish Gupta. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Gautam Kumar. Let's give a round of applause to him as well. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Also, thanks to Mr. Tanusha Komi. Let's give a big round of applause to Ms. Tanusha. Also, let's give a big round of applause to Mr. Suhas Suresh. Thank you so much, sir. So once again, let's give a round of applause to all the panelists along with the moderator. Thank you so much for the beautiful discussion. Well, thank you. Up next, we'll move on to our first industry presentation. So, please welcome Mr. Sumit Tandure, a data and cloud transformation expert working closely with enterprises to unlock the power of modern data platforms. As head of solution engineering at Snowflake, he helps organizations turn data into meaningful business insights. His perspective on data innovation and cloud ecosystem is incredibly valuable. Please welcome Mr. Sumit Tandure, who will share how data-driven innovation is transforming modern enterprises. A round of applause to him from Snowflake. Let's give a big round of applause to Mr. Sumit Tandure. Thank you so much, and over to you, Mr. Sumit, sir.
Right. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Pleasure to be in front of you all. Just to get an idea of the audience, like how many of you are from the data background, working on data lake, data warehouses? Yeah, okay, wonderful. Few of you. Are you, any of you using data in the cloud, data warehouses in the cloud, AWS, Google, Microsoft? Okay, few of you already. And any familiarity with Snowflake so far? Anyone has worked? Okay, sir, you have been raising your hand continuously. Thank you for that. I have to meet you afterwards. All right. Now, Ranga touched upon the era of AI and how AI is propelling us into the innovation, improving all of our workflows, improving the productivity of our people, and reimagining this whole workflows, right? Now, let me take a step back, right? Because for taking all the advantages of AI-driven innovation, what is the most important element? If I was to ask you, what is one fundamentally important element to take the best out of AI? What would that be? Yes? No, Mike. You have to try your voice, sir. Absolutely. If I had a gift, I would have given you, but I'm sorry. So, very aptly said. The fundamental thing you need for taking the advantage of AI is for the data to be in the legitimate shape, the data to be of right quality, and so on, right? It's, Ranga is not in the room, but he uses this line, we are what we eat, right? And what does AI eat? AI eats data. So, AI is what data is. If the data is not of good quality, not reliable, the AI is going to throw garbage responses out, right? So, AI is what the data we feed it to it. The context is another word for it. The context we are providing to all these AI, LLM models, the workflows and so on, that is fundamentally defining the outputs we are getting. Yeah. So let me take a step back in terms of where, how we power this data part of it, right? And I'm going to demystify the Snowflake a bit. Maybe for rest of you do not know Snowflake a lot. I'm going to try and explain this a bit in a simpler term so that if there is only few takeaways after this session, you at least have a little bit more information on Snowflake and how you can power your data and AI workflows with that, right? So few things to remember about Snowflake in mind. Number one, it's a single unified platform for data and AI, right? So you do not need 5 or 6 different services to stitch together and create a data platform. You have multiple options, right? We are spoiled for choices today. There are a number of options available from cloud first-party products, on-premise options, third-party products, and so on. Now, the one fundamental issue that you face with most of them is you end up having multiple services to consolidate and create a coherent data strategy. You have one for data lake, one for data warehouse, one for ML, one for AI, and so on. So with Snowflake, you are able to consolidate all of this into a single place. Yeah? So single platform for both data and AI. The second takeaway I would like you to take is, as you connect the data to the AI, we are consistently taking data to the LLMs, right? So we are calling these APIs, whether these are Anthropic APIs, OpenAI, and so on. This data moves over to the LLM, and then the inferencing runs over there. In the process, we are leaving the governed boundary of the data, right? We are also having to stitch all this together through the pipelines. Now, what happens when we are able to consolidate them is we are able to do all of this in a very simple and easy way because we do not have to stitch any pipelines. The data does not leave the governance boundary. So you are able to enforce all the safeguards and governance that you would put on the data, right? So that's number one. Number two, the other thing people really struggle with is creating the infrastructure in place. When you set up a data warehouse or a data lake, you end up setting all these elements, right? The compute, storage, managing this whole setup. After the setup, you need to tune and tweak this for the longer run. Am I getting the most performance out of it? Is this set up in the best possible way, and so on. With Snowflake, you are able to fully manage this infrastructure. That means you do not have to worry about managing the infrastructure. Snowflake itself provides self-managed, fully governed software as a service platform, right? So you don't worry about installing the software on VMs or managing the underlying compute infrastructure. It's available as a serverless platform, and your focus can be more on getting the outcomes from the data rather than focusing on the infrastructure, right? So that's number 2. Number 3, if you want to not restrict yourself just to your internal data, but also connect to the second party and third party data, which is your partner ecosystem or the third party data providers. With Snowflake, you can actually create a data cloud where your internal and external data comes together, right? So think of an ecosystem, let's say in financial ecosystem, you have fintechs, banks, merchants, and so on, right? It's an ecosystem. Some part of this data is with the fintech, some part of this data is with the bank, some part of this data is with the merchant. In order to get this entire view of, let's say, a consumer, if I can consolidate the data from my own infra as well as second party and third party, I can actually create a much more cohesive view of my consumer. So with Snowflake Data Cloud, you're able to bring first party, second party, and third party data together, right? So few simple principles, very easy to manage, very simple to use, so easy. Second part connected, it's connected to your first party data as well as second and third party data. And third, it is consolidating multiple services into single place in a very secure and governed way, right? So that is the trusted part, right? Now, in terms of the architectural patterns, when you want to consolidate data in one place, you have multiple options. You can create a data warehouse which is primarily focused on structured data, right? So all of our OLTP databases, RDS, Oracle, MySQL, that's basically the table-based data, right? You want to bring that into a single place, that is what data warehouse is, it is table-based data. But as we evolved, we wanted to get semi-structured and unstructured data also in the single place. And that is where we started calling it a data lake pattern, right? And then came in something called as a data lake house, where we said, hey, we combine both of them, but in an open format. We should be able to use open file and open table formats like Parquet, Avro, JSON, Iceberg, Delta Lake, Hoodie, and so on, right? So that becomes the data lake house. Then for larger organizations, conglomerates, they want to have a connection to multiple entities while keeping them autonomous. So let's say if I'm a big conglomerate, maybe there is a team which is focusing on, providing loans to the consumers. There is another company entity which is focusing on insurance, right? There is yet another which is focusing on, let's say, consumer goods and so on. If I want to create a data fabric of sorts where each entity owns its own data domain, but they're also able to connect to each other in a single entity way, then they can create a data mesh or a data fabric. The good news is that with Snowflake, you can have all of these patterns possible. You can create a data warehouse, you can create a lake house, a lake, or a data mesh. Right? That helps you bring all types of data together, structured, semi-structured, and unstructured, so that you can really power AI on top of that. Right? Because remember, AI is only as good as the data we are feeding to it. A bit of peeling of the layers of the platform, right? So right at the middle, what you see is the interoperable storage. That is where all the data comes in, be it unstructured, semi-structured, or structured. You can bring all of this data together in a single place. Now, this could be in a Snowflake managed storage, or this could be a open format like Iceberg, so that you can use this data with multiple other engines. Right? So that's a storage place. Now, this is virtually infinite. It is based on cloud. It's multi-cloud, so basically you can have Snowflake on AWS, Microsoft, or Google. You can have as much storage as you want. You can start with maybe a few megabytes or gigabytes of data and go all the way up to terabytes and petabytes of data, right? So Snowflake is not just for one size of customers. You can have very small size customers, and you can have a really large size setup as well. And you can grow from small to the large while the consumption, you have to pay only by the consumption, right? So that's a storage layer. You bring all the data into one place. And then second layer is the compute, where you bring all types of processing to the data, right? Whether it's SQL queries, whether it is Python jobs for running machine learning, or whether it is Java and Scala for building applications in the front, right? So all type of languages can work on this compute. Now this compute is completely decoupled from the underlying storage. That means you can have few GBs of data and very large amount of compute. Or you can have very large amount of data, which is probably archived, cold, doesn't require to be used very frequently, and have small amount of compute only to operate on the active data, right? So the efficiency it brings in terms of the pricing, in terms of the elasticity is really high. because you're not tightly coupled with compute and storage. Then the third layer you see is the AI layer. Ranga briefly touched upon the Cortex AI piece, the Cortex code where you can ask it to generate the final data product, and the Cortex code creates the final output, right? So you can ask in a natural language that, hey, I want to build a data engineering pipeline to go from these bronze tables to the final output where I want to compute certain KPIs. And Cortex code will build the entire code under the hood without you having to, knowing the coding. Of course, you need good data layer beforehand, right? So the role of data engineer does not go away, but the role of data engineer becomes more of that, like a conductor of an orchestra, right? There is an orchestra running, there is an agentic setup running, but you are the conductor making sure the development is happening as per the specifications. Yeah? So that is Cortex code. Then there is Snowflake intelligence where business users can ask questions and get answers there. So that is the AI layer. And then you have the cloud services layer, which kind of manages this whole platform in a self-healed and self-configured way. I talked about connected data, which allows you to connect to second party and third party data. And that is what the topmost layer SnowGrid talks about. All right, now what can I do with that? I brought all my data in. I have the elasticity of compute and storage. It's a self-managed platform. All of that is good. What can I really do with this platform, right? So let's look at what we can do, right? So number one, you can use it for streaming or change data capture type of use cases. I want to bring real-time data into Snowflake. As soon as an event is happening, we want to capture it. Like my users are visiting my website or application, we want to analyze what's happening there. Or for a gaming company, how the users are interacting with the game, they want to know that and then personalize the game experience for them. So it could be streaming type use cases, right? It could be a traditional analytic or BI type use cases where the marketing function wants to know, which campaigns are most successful. Or the finance team wants to know what's my forecast going to look like. Or this could be AI, ML, data science type of use cases. I want to analyze unstructured data. Maybe there is a life sciences company looking at all the patient information and coming up with maybe new drugs, right? Maybe there is a call center record to be analyzed by transcribing the voice data to text and then looking at the sentiments underneath that. So basically, you can look at all types of data workloads, all types of AI workloads onto the same platform. And if you look at these simple wheels which are seeing on the screen, these are all compute layers. Each of these compute can do its own job without being affected by another one. That means you get complete performance isolation. One compute could be doing one type of activity, another compute could be doing another type of activity without being affected by each other. Now, this is also a fundamental problem that you face with many other platforms because it is basically limited and finite in size, right? You create a cluster and you are limited by that cluster resources. Over here, you can start as small as you want and grow as large as you need, and all of these workloads will run independently in their own compute. We can, of course, dynamically size this up and down. We can add more compute, do things like zero copy clone and time travel to basically protect the data and also make development copies. I talked about the data sharing, so you can do this within your business ecosystem. There is also this concept of data clean rooms where you do not want to expose the PII data to the second party, but you still want to overlap that data, right? So maybe I have a set of subscribers who are doing business with another company and I want to know their habits and profiles better. I can overlap that data without having to expose the personal information of those consumers through things like data clean room, right? So data being in one place and then all the compute for running different workloads, and then the third layer of security and governance on top so that only right people have access to the right data at the right time. And then different workloads like analytics, AI, data engineering, and applications running on top of that. Yeah. I'll just spend brief time on each of these workloads just to sort of explain, and maybe in your mind if you can form a picture of what you want to do with this platform or by bringing data into one place, right? So let's look at analytics. Now, we all started analytics with the traditional BI reporting world, right? Where people wanted to slice and dice the data, drill down, drill up, all of that. That is typically the BI world we went with. Now, what is really happening is this AI-powered BI, where people no longer want to look at dashboards and then sift through all of them to get insights. They want to be able to ask simple questions and not just look at what, but why something is happening. Now, typically these dashboards work in a way that there are analysts who go through these dashboards, understand what is happening, and then try to find out the reasons why something is working better or something is not working well. Right? So there is a lot of human intelligence involved in that. Now, if we can free up their time by allowing them to ask these natural language questions from a very intelligent LLM, then we are basically unleashing that productivity or unlocking that productivity multifold. Right? Because now these people do not have to go through all the dashboards and come to a conclusion, but the LLM can sort of become a co-pilot and give them the answers, which they can then decide, hey, maybe this looks good, this hypothesis looks good, let me double click into that. So that is the world of AI-powered BI, where apart from dashboards and reports, which are a good place to start with, you also have assistants to let you converse in natural language and provide you the reasoning behind why something is happening, right? Of course, you have various other type of advanced analytics like time series, geospatial, and so on. So this is an example of a customer called Nexon. They're a big gaming company in Korea. They have like 2.5 million active users. They bring almost 100 terabytes of data every day. So just think about this, 100 terabytes of data coming into this platform on a single day. That's the kind of power and scale that we are able to scale. And then they do all sorts of analysis on this to understand what's really happening with this infrastructure, what the gaming players are doing. They were able to reduce their existing infrastructure cost by a significant margin, almost $4.5 million of savings by moving to Snowflake Lakehouse. Right? Now, I'm sure many of you would have some on-premise data warehouses like maybe Oracle Exadata, Netezza, Greenplum, and so on. Now, when you move that to cloud, there is always a question that how am I going to move all my code, all the logic that has been written into Snowflake easily, because there is tons of legacy business logic written into these systems, and it's not easy to migrate them. So we came up with this thing called Snow Convert. Basically, under the hood, it uses LLMs and so on, and then it can convert the existing code, which is running on a legacy system, to something which can run on Snowflake very easily in ANSI SQL format or anything beyond that. So this helps you accelerate your journey to the cloud in a much shorter time frame. Now, SQL has always been known for structured data, right? But how do we look at this simplicity of SQL and work on unstructured data? Maybe there are audio files, maybe there are images, maybe there are videos from which we want to extract insights. So what we came up with this is called Cortex SQL, where you can use SQL query language, but include the AI functions inside that to operate on unstructured data. That means I can write a simple SQL query and have a function called AI transcribe, which will look at .wav file and get the text out of that, right? Or I can do entity extraction in the same SQL query and say, hey, how professional my call center agent was while talking to this person. Or I'm looking at dashboards, advertisement dashboards across a particular location and looking at what entities this advertisement is referring to, which are the most commonly referred entities in this particular area, right? So a bunch of possibilities on multimodal data, which you can enable with simple SQL language. Ranga already talked about AI a lot, so I'm not going to spend much of my time on AI, but essentially this entire context to decision and surfacing these insights into the right interfaces for all the teams in all their workflows, you can do that with Snowflake Cortex AI. And there are a bunch of use cases around unstructured data insights and so on. Now, if you, by the way, the traditional machine learning is still not dead, right? While we only speak about AI today, the machine learning still has a number of use cases around forecasting, classification, segmentation of customers, and so on. For the end-to-end ML workflow, starting from the basic data storage to training the model, deploying the model, and then even having a business user application where they can interact with this ML model, you can build that end-to-end workflow for the machine learning type workloads into Snowflake. Yeah? All the primitives or the elements required to make that work are available. Now, before you get to the ML and AI analytics, you need to solve the data engineering problem, right? So the outcome is there, but all those beautiful dashboards and ML models require a lot of plumbing under the hood. And for that plumbing, you need to move the data, bring it into single place, or access and connect to that data. Yeah. So again, over the period of, let's say, last few years, Snowflake has become a completely holistic data platform, So even from a data engineering standpoint, if you wanted to bring data from various sources, you have things like OpenFlow, where you can bring data, whether it is traditional databases, whether this is SharePoint, files, or any other data source, SaaS-based APIs, you can actually bring all of the data via OpenFlow into Snowflake. And then this entire layers from bronze to silver to gold, all of that layering or the transformations can be done through natively available things like Snowflake tasks, streams, and so on. And what's the significance of these layers? Bronze is like raw data, not very valuable. It's how my business is being conducted today. Silver is where I'm able to sort of harmonize and join multiple entities data. So maybe there is marketing data, there is finance data, ERP, CRM, I'm gonna unify them to get a more holistic view of a particular subject. That's what's gonna happen in the silver layer. And gold is where I'm gonna create my presentation layer, the aggregated KPIs or the final insights that the business wants to receive. And all of that layering can be done through the underlying data engineering primitives. Again, few examples there where we were able to reduce the cost and improve the efficiencies. Bangalore is, of course, a hub for digital natives and people who create new products. If you have a brilliant idea, like an IP, an application that you have developed, you can distribute that through Snowflake, right? So all the data that you might be wanting to share with the customers, along with the IP that you have built, you can actually distribute and monetize via Snowflake Marketplace. And then the consumers can actually see this product inside their data warehouse or a data lake, and then consume that product directly. Just to give an example, there's a company called Blue Yonder. They're in the supply chain business. They capture a lot of data from the logistics and what shipment is where, etc. They provide the supply chain data to their customers via the Blue Yonder application, which is published through Snowflake Marketplace. And then customers have their own data sitting in Snowflake. They take these insights from Blue Yonder, connect to their first-party data, and then they're able to have lot faster insights and decision making with this sort of combination. Right? So in a nutshell, single platform to power your entire AI strategy, bring all data in, able to work through all the tools for all the teams, and then have a single governed, reliable platform from which you can operate. Right? Thank you so much.
Informative session. Let's all give a big round of applause to Mr. Sumit Tandure, sir. We had a great session. Meanwhile, next, I would like to invite Mr. Amit Gupta, an entrepreneur and industry leader who has been at forefront of cloud-led business transformation. As a founder and CEO of Cloudiva.ai and Rapido, he has built a company that enables enterprises to unlock the power of cloud, data, and AI for innovation and growth. His vision continues to shape how organizations adopt next-generation technologies. I would like to welcome you, sir. Let's give a round of applause to him. I would also like to call upon Mr. Atreya Ramdas, the co-founder and the CTO of Cloudiva.ai and Rapido, is a cloud technology leader who has been instrumental in helping enterprises navigate large-scale digital transformations. He drives innovation across cloud architecture, DevOps, and modern application platforms. His expertise in building scalable cloud-first solutions has helped organizations accelerate their digital journey. Please welcome Mr. Amit Gupta and Mr. Atreya Ramdas. So they will now walk us through how AI-powered cloud intelligence is enabling smarter decision-making and governance. So over to you. So let's give a big round of applause.
Good evening, everybody. Can you guys hear me fine? Okay. So while coming to the conference today, a thought crossed my mind. Are we going to be the last generation that will attend conferences in this format? Because, think about it. We have moved from landlines to smartphones. How many of you have you done deployments using floppy disks? Quick raise of hands, floppy disks? Oh, quite a few. So I'm not the only old one here, for sure, right? So from floppy disks to mobile apps, the world is changing where we were typing queries to talking to agents today. And if I really look ahead, I think in my lifetime, I'm going to see humanoids sitting in these conference rooms, possibly them running these conferences too. Think about it. That's not very far. What needs to change for us as humans today to be ready for that era coming in? 5 years maybe, people say 5 years, 10 years, is what I see is going to happen. So it's definitely going to happen in our lifetimes. Governance and decision making is going to become critical as we move forward. Right, I heard Manish, Gautam, Sumit talk about complexities of multi-cloud, complexities of data exchange. Imagine now a lot of the actions on your platforms would be made by agents coming in. What does that do to us? So I'm going to run a quick quiz, guys. This quiz is only 5 questions to get the sense of how we are thinking. I think we are the mover and shakers in the industry for the decisions that we are making, right? So let's get the sense of what this room thinks about these questions. Are we really in control of our cloud? I think a lot of cloud conversations have happened here. Cloud is the only way to grow because of the capacity needs that are going to grow. Let's check this. This is a QR code. It will ask you to enter your name. We are not going to spam you with marketing email content because we are not getting any email IDs here. Just your name. For every answer that you select, there will be a leaderboard that will come in to say whether that was the right answer or not. To be very honest, in this new VUCA world, as I call it, there is no right answer. So I have decided what my right answers are. We're going to look at the leaderboard against my right answers. Okay? So let me know once you guys have the QR code. Is QR code visible, guys? Not working? Sneha? Working. So I saw some, I need to move, sorry. I think I am the reason why it's not working. I'm blocking the view. Sneha, you want to take over from here? Okay, so we have few names going, I think 13. I see about 45 odd people here. So we'll give you guys another minute. Guys, remember I am the only one standing between you and your coffees right now, by the way. We are taking a tea break after this. And yeah, for the top 3, we have some small goodies that we're going to share as well. So get your name right. We'll not know who to give it to otherwise. So you're about 25. Do you guys need more time? Should I get started? Guys, raise of hands if you need a little bit more time. Okay? I still see a few hands up there. A good way to get attention, I'm sure. After hearing a lot of cloud conversations that we heard around, agents and AI and what data is going to do to us. Yeah, so it will get turned on once we have 27. Should I still wait? Okay, we'll start. Sneha, let's get started. We have about 31, 32 out there. Okay, we are starting, guys. Every question you get 20 seconds. There are only 5 questions, so it should not take more than 1.5 to 2 minutes to us. And it will time out. It's running on a timer. Okay, a good mix. We see a good spread here coming in, right? 46 to 23 to 31%. Okay, next. Vinu, okay. And it's also tracking how fast you respond, by the way. Okay, that's going to be factored in the leaderboard. Alert fatigue, too many signals, lovely. Team capacity issues, yeah, okay. Let's see which is the right one. Okay. Third question. So again a mix 36, 15, 48. Fourth. So Indrajit is holding. All are right. In our world, all the answers are right. So we'll see what we are trying to do with Cloud Diva. Oh, there's one more, sorry. Single source of truth. Oh, Vinu is back up. I think he got the first one, yeah. So do we have a final, that's the final leaderboard, okay. So Vinu, AJ, Prashant, meet my team towards the end of it. We have just small goodies as a token. I think the purpose of this was one, for us to assess, what is the group thinking, and also all of us to become aware of how we are operating in our own world, when we are contributing back to the companies that we are working for. Cloud Diva was created basically to solve the problem of cloud complexity, where decision making is hard. Now we have heard terms like FinOps, SecOps, I think few panelists talk about complexities around that. What Cloud Diva is not, I'll tell you that. Cloud Diva is not an ops tool. It is not a SRE tool. It is not a SecOps tool. What we are trying to, the intention of building this tool is basically to bridge the gap between intelligence and execution layer. I think we have, in all our jobs, we see that visibility of signals is not a problem. What are we calling signals as? If you look at a cloud, it is largely your inventory coming in, your cost signals coming in, your cloud rates or order logs coming in. Now spread that across multiple availability zones, spread that across Azure, Microsoft, Azure, Google and AWS, and suddenly your problem gets compounded, especially if business has a need to deploy applications across multi-cloud, okay? So you are getting various signals, whether it is from AWS, GCP, Azure, you're getting signals on inventory, you're getting signals on cost, cloud trail, and then you're trying to kind of correlate all of that. The problem is that the decisions are missing. We are depending, given the way LLMs are evolving, the decision-making layer, if strengthened, it will help us make better calls for the businesses coming in. Because of this visibility and delays, we see cloud waste, we see untracked changes coming in, we see decision lag in terms of analyzing what has happened and our ability to take decisions around it. Too many alerts per week, we saw that as part of one of the questions as well. And there are fragmented tools, right? If you look at the market, there are categories of CPM tools, which is cloud management tools. There are categories of security tools. There is a category of GRC, which is more on governance, risk, compliance kind of tools. But there is no single pane which is bringing all of that information together. So Cloud Eva is a journey that we just started about 6 months back. I am founder of Rapider 2. We'll talk about how we landed here in a bit. But what we are trying to do is we are trying to create an EVA layer on your entire hyperscaler cloud. EVA stands for explain, verify, and advise. What will explain do? It will identify what changed, who triggered it, why it matters. It will verify what is expected and does it need a decision for you to make. It will also advise if the corrections are not made, what are the trade-offs you're agreeing to live with. That's the governance layer we are creating. Track all the signal changes, like I said, single cloud, multi-cloud, across various components of that. Every change will be surfaced so that you're able to look at those changes or get to those changes very quickly. It will also create decision queues for you so that you understand based on last refresh that happened, between last and now, what has changed, what has impacted, who changed it, and what decisions do you need to make? Does it fall under your governance policy of how you want to manage cloud? And the idea is, can we create better outcomes that are sharp, smart, and certain for you to run your cloud platforms? Just a glimpse of some screens. I'm not going to go too deep into it. Resonate with this problem. We'll sign up to see value that product can give. But if you look at the how many inventory signals are coming in, what has shifted in the last refresh, the last 7 days in terms of compute category, storage, security, database? What is the correlation that platform sees for the inventory changes against the cost signals that are coming in and the security risks that have opened up? That is just a glimpse of it, right? And then we are bringing an EVA layer, which is, think of it as a solution architect looking at all of this and explaining you what is happening in the platform and what actions you need to take. So can we democratize our ability to bring solution architect intelligence into the intelligence layer so that executions can be better? Another view that I'll share with you is decision intelligence. So based on so let's say I'm getting 500 signals in my last refresh to now. Can I bucketize them into a model which is understandable by the person who needs to process it, and can they create governance rules around it? So these are just a couple of slides I'm sharing. We have a booth here, guys. Come over if you want to have a discussion on this specifically. What this is needed now? I think the world is changing where humans were managing it. To some automation scripts came in, Terraforms and other things that you're doing as part of continuous integration and continuous deployment, DevOps. But then the new world agents are going to come and they'll be making changes based on whatever governance policies you are applying. So now you need to manage cloud infrastructure where changes are coming from your GitHub because you're pushing a new code. It is coming from human intervention because of changes that they are making. It is coming from agent as well. So your governance is going to become a very, very critical role as you start adopting cloud more. I mean, Snowflake, we are partners to Snowflake, by the way, we're implementation partners. And imagine what Snowflake is doing there in terms of data AI components that they are bringing in. Second is, as regulators start becoming more restrictive in terms of how businesses should be run, especially in the regulated industries, your ability to get to the problems faster will be demanded by them. Some of you who are on fintech or BFSI side, you would have seen DPDP coming in, and it's changing how you manage your infrastructure going forward. Third is operational risk. Cloud budgets and risks are no more engineering conversation only. They are becoming boardroom conversations because the board is asking, if you are going to deploy this AI or agentic AI, what is that going to do to the overall security posture that is there? What is it going to do to the cost that you're going to run? Is there a ROI getting return from it? So at Rapider, we think this is something which we need to solve for today. Given that we have been running Rapider for 9 years. I started Rapider in 2016 with 5 people. We are 400 plus people today that provide cloud solutions across Microsoft and AWS. We have done 1,000 plus deployments. We have served about 1,200 customers over the last 9 years. We are still bootstrapped. And when we started looking internally, because we were running managed services as a service line as well, we have about 200 odd customers, 200 plus customers that we manage from a managed services standpoint. And this question kept coming in as part of our MBRs and QBRs, saying, how do we solve for this? So this idea started from the position saying, can we strengthen our MSP by adding this layer? And as we started working more and more to understand what customer needs, I felt that there is a need in the market to solve this problem. So we have launched CloudEva as a separate company registered in US. Rapider naturally will become a distribution arm for the product because my muscle memory is there in terms of how to sell it out. We have already deployed this on 300 cloud accounts that we are managing internally for Rapider. We are managing about 2 million, which is about 24 million of MRR and about 500,000 resources under that. It can't get more beautiful than that, right? If you're starting a product journey, where would you get this test data from for you to see how your product is going to perform? So we are sitting on a gold mine there. Teams are writing the EVA signal processing logic as we speak today. Our plan is to take it into commercial launch in about 45 days. We are currently in public launch so that we get feedbacks. I'm also talking to the customers that Rapider already has to see what feedback can come in. The purpose of me being here today, naturally my CMO Vamsi is here, he wanted to have more sign-ups. But I'm here to see whether we can create a group of champions who can shape the journey this product will take. We are looking at people who can contribute to priority, their inputs will be considered as on priority in the roadmap. We will probably also agree on a logged-in founding pricing for them as the product evolves. Direct line to product team for the champions, that we are able to sign up today. Early access to all the new features that we're going to build, because we're going to kind of co-build it, right? There is a huge amount of intelligence sitting in this room. How can we kind of leverage that? And co-branded case studies is what we will do. So that's my time, guys. Last slide, QR code. If you guys want to sign up to be part of the champion team, that will create the path for this product. Happy to be a part of that. That's my time, guys. Thank you. Let me know if anybody is not able to access QR code. Is it working for you? Raise of hands, no, not okay. Thank you guys.
Well, thank you so much. Let's all give a big round of applause to Mr. Amit Gupta. Sir, thank you so much. And I think it's now time to take a short break. So we are we have already arranged for a high tea. So requesting all of you all to go to the same venue where you all had your lunch. So we will meet after some time. So you all can take a short break. Thank you so much.
Check. Check.
All right. Once again, extending a heartfelt welcome to each one of you gathered here for the Digital Native Connect 2026, brought to you by India IT 360. So, I hope you all are doing fine, and how you all are feeling? Fresh and fine, everyone? Yes. Where is the energy? I want all your energies back to me once again. Yeah? Everybody? Yes, very good, sir. This is what I was expecting. All right, so I think before we continue, can I just take a moment of yours? So, are you all here with me? All right. So, we'll do a small activity, basically. So, you all can sit wherever you all are sitting. Need not stand this time, okay? But I hope everybody knows to snap. Can everyone snap? Yeah. So, you'll have to use both your hands to snap, okay? 1, 2 snap and 1 clap. Shall we do this? Okay, I want everyone to raise your hands up. Both your hands up. And 1, 2, clap. 1, 2, clap. Everyone. 1, 2, clap. Let's sing this. Superb. Alright. So this, we'll sync it with the music. I want everyone to sync it with the music. Alright, DJ, can we have the music, please? Come on. I want everyone to join me here, alright? Okay. 1, 2, clap. Super. Volume. Come on. Very nice.
Buddy, you're a boy, make
And if you know the song, you can sing along. Alright?
Be a big man someday. You got mud on your face. You big disgrace. Kicking your can.
And now everyone, come on.
Singing, we will rock you.
Come on. Very good.
We will rock you.
Alright, well, thank you so much. I hope you all are feeling fresh and fine now. Good to start. Alright, so we shall proceed towards a second presentation. So here we go. So once again, I would like to extend a heartfelt welcome to each one of you gathered here for this wonderful conference that we all were looking forward for. Alright, so proceeding to the panel discussion 2. So once again, welcome back. Our next panel focuses on the critical topic. Alright, it's an interesting topic on data privacy, compliance, and trust in digital ecosystem. In a world driven by data, trust is not optional. It's foundational, right? Alright, so let's welcome our moderator and esteemed panelists now. Mr. Mahesh Talam, sir, I request you to kindly take the stage. Let's all give a big round of applause to sir, the CTO and Cisco Next Wealth. He is a cybersecurity and technology leader with extensive experience in securing digital ecosystem and driving enterprise risk and compliance strategies. With deep expertise in information security, governance, and building trust in complex digital environments, he brings a critical lens to today's evolving security landscape. So once again, let's all put our hands together, and once again, I would like to welcome you, sir. Mr. Mahesh Sadam, sir, welcome you. Let's give a round of applause to him. And I would now like to take the opportunity to call upon our industry panelists to the stage. So first of all, I would like to call upon Mr. Anwar Akhtar, sir. With a big round of applause, I would like to welcome him on the stage. The head of IT from XCO, Mr. Anwar Akhtar, sir. All right. Yes, round of applause to sir. So security today sits in the heart of digital transformation. And our panelist is a leader who champions that mission. Information Security Officer at XCO, he leads cybersecurity strategies that protect complex global technology environments. With deep expertise in risk management and cyber resilience, he brings critical insights to the conversations. So once again, let's welcome Mr. Anwar Akhtar. Thank you, sir. I would now like to call upon Mr. Jaideep Singh, who's the General Manager of India, Kaspersky. He represents one of the world's most recognized cybersecurity companies. So let's give a big round of applause and welcome Mr. Jaideep Singh, sir. As a General Manager for India at Kaspersky, he leads strategic initiative to strengthen cybersecurity awareness and protection for enterprises across the region. His experience in global cyber defense brings a strong perspective to this conversation. So once again, I would like to extend. So let's all give a big round of applause to Mr. Jaideep Singh, sir. Welcome you, sir. Now, I would like to call upon Mr. Mrinmoy De from Cisco Lending Card. Let's give a big round of applause and welcome him on the stage as well. Well, he is a cybersecurity leader focused on building a resilient digital finance ecosystem. As Chief Information Security Officer at Lending Card, he leads initiatives that ensure strong security frameworks in the rapidly evolving fintech landscape. His insight into cyber resilience and risk management are highly valuable. So once again, let's all give a round of applause and welcome Mr. Mrinmoy De, sir. Welcome you, sir. Up next, I would like to call upon Mr. Mukesh Solanki, sir, from Cisco Credit B. So he plays a critical role in securing one of the India's fast-growing digital lending platforms. So as a Chief Information Security Officer at Credit B, he leads cybersecurity initiatives that protect financial data and digital trust at scale. His experience in fintech security and risk management adds as an essential perspective to the discussion. So I would like to welcome you as well, sir. Let's all give a big round of applause to him as well. Up next, I would like to call upon Mr. Pratap R, the Global Director of Security Engineering from Circles. I request sir to kindly take the stage. Let's all give a big round of applause to him as well. Well, he is a global cybersecurity leader with deep expertise in building resilient security architectures. As Global Director of Security Engineering at Circles, he drives initiatives that strengthen enterprise security across complex digital environments. His perspective on proactive cyber defense and engineering excellence is highly valuable. I would like to extend a heartfelt welcome to you as well, sir. To the panel, I request all of you all to give a big round of applause, and I think we can proceed with our panel discussion number 2 on this topic. So over to all of them.
Good evening. Good evening. No energy. All right. Today we don't want to make it a monotonous.
Can I try and put more energy in the room? Is it
Sorry?
Can I put some more energy in the room?
Absolutely,
Can I?
go ahead.
Just guys, can you have some energy in the room? Yeah. Bharat Mata ki Jai. Come on, guys. Bharat Mata ki Jai. Once more, guys. Bharat Mata ki Jai. Awesome, guys. Thank you.
Now we stay energized. All right. So, in the current times, when geopolitically none of us know what's going to happen, these topics stay relevant for various reasons in our day-to-day work. While there is uncertainty of LPG at homes, we also have to deal with data privacy, compliance, and trust in our work life. Yes or no?
right? So we have a very powerful panel here, and let's make use of their expertise, rich experience to understand. I request all the panelists to be honest, brutal, and very frank in their sharing of insights rather than formal parts. So we would like to indemnify. This is not to take any sides in any way, but just to make sure that intellectually we are all going to learn with our collective experience. So my first question is to Anwar. Rather than that, before, which is the regulation that is all of us are talking about, right? Our LinkedIn pages are flooded with it. What is that? Not GDPR? DPDPA, right? Okay. Now, Anwar, from your point of view, is DPDPA looking like it's going to help all of us as SMEs? Because India is typically business oriented, we are all from Jugaad, we are all from adjustments and so on. DPDPA, is it helpful or is it a pain by your experience?
First of all, welcome to this session and thank you all. And you rightly said, DPDPA is not only a compliance, merely a compliance, it is a reform. It is a landmark reform where in India, every data sold out in 40 rupees or 200 rupees and somebody is calling you on the phone, I am from the XXYZ bank and from where you get the data, they will tell you data ban. And you don't know from where this data came, right? So this is the simple example what you have. And you guys wear helmet to avoid, 90% of guys wear helmet to avoid penalties. They don't adhere the security or your protections. So that is a mismatch completely. So when your thoughts, when your awareness is aligned with the security basic concept to make yourself secure, to safeguard, with aligned to best practices and the controls in the system, you will be, very less prone to those attacks and compromise. So for me, DPDPA is an enabler and it is a landmark after Puttaswamy has given its right to privacy. And it is a right to privacy for us.
Thanks, Anwar. How many of you feel DPDPA is not applicable? Can I have a raise of hands? Anybody feels DPDPA is not applicable to them? Wow, that's a clear understanding. Just to make sure, if you have a HR department in your organization, you're bound by DPDPA. So just to let you all know, everyone is going to be required to be compliant with DPDPA in the next 12 to 18 months. My next question to Jaideep. Kaspersky has been a brand since my college days, not that I'm too old, but it's been one of those, antivirus that we've all grown up with. One of the things in the world of AI is training the models. When you train the models, you need to give complete data. Yes or no? Right? Now, suddenly we have an issue of data minimization in it, right? So there are regulations that say when you do AI/ML training, do data minimization. So how is the principle going to work from the perspective of data minimization and AI/ML training?
Great point. So I think inherently there's a lot of tension between, apparent tension between usage of AI and the data governance models per se. AI requires large volumes of data to create a pattern, to create a baseline. Whereas from a data governance perspective, companies are guided to reduce collection of data and to retain data. So I think the approach has to be the responsible use of AI. That's very important. In cybersecurity, I think one of the things which is very important is that we can use anonymized data, aggregated data, pseudonymized data, rather than using the personalized data points when we do the overall correlation. In Kaspersky, we do this. We've been doing AI modeling in our environments for nearly 2 decades now. And we built ethical AI as per our processes. The first thing what we do is we restrict the use of personal data in our internal trainings. That's one. Number two is we restrict the amount of third-party data in our training modules. When it comes to our products and processes, what we do is that we used a huge amount of anonymized data, a huge amount of threat intelligence to ensure that fidelity of data is the highest. At the same time, the personal data is not being used in those models. So I think the importance is to have a very strong data governance models in whatever businesses you are going for, whether it is cybersecurity or otherwise. So that will build a lot of trust in the organizations as we adopt more and more of AI modeling in the businesses.
Thanks. Very valid point, Jaydeep. How many of you feel safe about your own data privacy? Can I understand? Can I just get lift of hands? How many of you feel you're not monitored, you are free to, your data is protected? Anybody? Wow, we have a great understanding. So which means all of us know that at this moment, all of us are here gathered in ITC Gardenia. We are all in a particular seminar. That's the level of privacy that certain providers have. So while we talk about data privacy, there are also tenets that we may have to just sign up like your loan document. You don't have a choice. You'll have to just sign with the fine prints. But we'll live with that. My next question is to Mrinmoy. We have a lot of systems around, right? So legacy systems, current systems, AI, and every day we have new innovations and market-shaking releases by Anthropic or so on. Now, what are the vulnerabilities that you think are very important from protecting the data across digital ecosystems? In an enterprise that we all are IT managers or CXOs or administrators, what do you think are the vulnerabilities that need to be considered to protect data?
Right. Very relevant question. And when we talk about vulnerabilities, our immediate attention goes to technical vulnerabilities, a list of software vulnerabilities, but there is something else apart from that, right? To start with, right? I mean, while I can quote many, but in the interest of this session and keeping in line with the topic, I'll just touch upon a few of those, right? The most important such vulnerability is not understanding where my data is. I'm trying to protect data without knowing in my ecosystem where data lies. And probably that's one of the key requirement of any privacy engagement as well, right? To identify data, to discover data, map data with the right components in the enterprise. So data discovery, lack of data discovery remains the most critical vulnerability if I'm talking about protecting data. Then I would say in today's world, where a lot of our data, a lot of our systems is outside our perimeter. We talk about supply chain risk. There is another vulnerability element to it is the shadow supply chain. Right. I only take care of my third parties, right? There are fourth, fifth, sixth parties. If I draw agreements, if I do assessments, mostly it is limited to my third parties, right? I probably have no visibility what my fourth, fifth parties are doing, which all layers my data go, right? How long do I keep data with them? Do I do enough assessment of them? The assessment could just be a review report, right? Am I doing an architecture review? Am I doing, if I am using a third party who is utilizing the service of another third party to develop a product for me, am I doing their SDLC check? Probably I don't do, or maybe I'm doing, but I don't know if that is serving my purpose. So, these two are probably one of, the most critical vulnerabilities. Third one I would quote is about weak identities, right? If I am shutting down the enterprise account, if a colleague leaves the organization, I say I am safe. I've cut down their access. They will no longer be able to access my ecosystem. But think about one of those colleagues being an admin in multiple applications, and there is another rogue admin sitting within the enterprise who misuses that to kind of get access to my, sensitive, information systems and try to do something, right? In most of the cases, we have found that the attacks that happen, the breaches that happen, is with those leftover identities which were not addressed at the right moment. Yeah, I'll leave it here at this point. Yeah, I think we have a lot of stuff to discuss. Right?
True.
Yeah.
You can protect only what you know. Do you all agree? Right? So first most important, as Mrinmoy said, you need to know what you need to protect. Second is, you know you are very safe. You think you are very safe till your VAPT report comes by. Third, let's all realize that VAPT happens once in a quarter. In between, it's a blind spot. So that thought is to make sure that as organizations, we should look at continuous vulnerability management as an aspect. So don't be compliant as a tick mark by saying, I have a VAPT report, I have remediated, I'm done. Continuously monitoring your systems for vulnerabilities is important. Mukesh, a question to you. As we are in complex environment of data privacy, data protection, we have GDPR, CCPA, now DPDPA coming in. All of them are we getting more complex frameworks? For example, India having highest number of GCCs. Some of them would say, I need SOC 2 type 2. Somebody says, I want HIPAA, I want, PCI DSS. Are we in, do we maintain, what's your view? Because if I'm serving multiple customers, multiple verticals, is there a complexity? Can you simplify it for all of us?
Sure. First of all, thank you everyone. Thank you for hosting me here. So I come from Credit B. Credit B is one of the leading lending players in the market today, right? We do roughly around 1 million loan every month, close to $1 billion dispersal every quarter. So that's the scale at which we are operating, right? And coming back to your question, you rightly said that a lot of compliance, a lot of frameworks which we need to adapt to, and it's same with fintech, right? Who else would know the pain better than fintechs and financial industry? And we also go through that pain, right? I think the only option there is you need to kind of have a unified control framework, right? I mean, you cannot adhere to or rather have a checklist for each and every framework, right? Then you are basically doing a lot of duplication and, you are just making the team more fatigued in following the compliance and other things, right? So what we do is basically we have a unified control checklist, and even for the DPDP, right? If you go by the RBI compliance, most of the control frameworks are already covered in RBI around data privacy and data protection and data localizations and all those things, right? And apart from that, as any organization, you would have your own controls around ISO, PCI DSS, SOC 2 and all those things, right? So most of them, it gets covered. There are a lot of overlapping controls which you can basically unify them and manage it. And then you need to bring in some kind of an automation in the systems, right? And I think that's where there are some tools and applications out there which can help you with GRC automations. So those are some of the solutions out there which can help you to kind of manage all those control frameworks and kind of have a good grasp of what is happening on the ground. Yeah.
Thank you. Audience, are we asking relevant questions? Are we getting relevant answers? Yes or no? Great. So one of the things in our companies is L&D, right? They make it mandatory to be trained on data privacy. Do we all have these problems? Sometimes we have to administer for compliance, right? Saying for 27001, have you done the privacy training or not? Pratap, my question is to you. How do we embed the sense of privacy than a tick mark? So which means that how can I stop people from putting their passwords or customer information on a pasted or putting it on their notepads? How do you educate people that you are handling customer data? How do you make sure that this onus is inculcated rather than forced upon?
Sure.
Hi, I'm Pratap. I work for a company called Circles, which is a telco. The regulations, I mean, we are telco, but we operate in Southeast Asia and some part of North America as well. So most of the regulations that pertain to the user information privacy for each of these countries, we have to be adhered to, right? But to your point on how do we make sure uh, within our company there is this culture of privacy, right? Firstly, trainings will help, but the message coming out from the leader itself saying we are doing this privacy not just for compliance but ensuring security of these PI information, that's very important. While we inculcate this, while we are building our own SaaS platform, we have this privacy by design as well. So we have thought through scenarios where these information can be leaked. And even if it is, we spoke a lot about external parties getting access to API information. What about the internal, right? A customer service agent does not have to know somebody's, let's say, SSN number or their Aadhaar number, for example, right? We have made sure those field level views are set up in such a way that there are access permissions within the database who can access those. To answer your question in summary, I think making sure privacy by design, right from for the people who are developing these solutions to people who are managing or accessing these information, training will help as well, right? Coming from the top to bottom.
I just like to add a couple of things, guys. This is very simple, you know. When somebody has given you some training and you got it, right? And second way is that you didn't have the information or knowledge about that. If you got the knowledge and didn't adhere that, didn't follow that, then it is a crime. It's a crime, man, because it's privacy or security is just inbuilt in your DNA, just like waking up in the morning and brushing your teeth. It should become like, because lots of fraud scams happening because of not having adequate knowledge. Our grandfather, our fathers, our sisters, our mother, even up including you, even say IS officer losing and getting those, you know, scams and fraudsters. So you get that, because I always believe if you build a human firewall, you can be achieve 90% of security.
Absolutely rightly pointed out, Anwar, and I feel it should become a part of your value system. So, which means that we are not used to it, of course, but unless we inculcate, the amount of cyber crimes, amount of phishing attempts will come down. So, privacy by design and privacy by value systems is something that we can have a takeaway. Anwar, my next question to you is. You know, we have so many data platforms, and especially all of us are going to be benefited by AI in some form or the other. Legacy systems are also going to be interfaced with AI. Now, when data is flowing through these multiple and disparate platforms, how can we ensure visibility? Earlier, you had clear systems, right? End-to-end monitoring through application performance management systems was there. But now the challenge is they are so dynamic with the AI coming in place and with the complexity growing in each industry verticals. How does one manage to monitor the data flow across these multiple platforms?
Okay. If you're talking about the AI data flow, let's talk about that. Because if you're talking about general data flow, it is different. Because in normal data flow, we have a control. But AI is still not, you know, at that, not adequate, I can say. Because the data, because mostly what I did for my present company, I have a code of conduct for AI. I said you can pull the data, but you can't push the data. That means you can have the information, but didn't get our any PI data outside world. So it's vulnerable. So when you interacting in the multiple system which are using multiple large language models on and data sets or agentic AI, you need to understand where data is coming, where data is going. There's 2 points we need to just end point we need to see that. So once for my things, when you see this AI system in terms of cyber security, data privacy or information security, we need to check that whether the data which is going inside or coming from outside is PII or PHI, because not every data is important. We always say data is a crown jewel. Data which having value, data which having sensitive, data which having confidentiality, that data needs to be protected, not every data. Because cyber security or information security is a not cost center. It is an enabler, because when enforce a minimum like framework like NIST, it will have a zero pocket value, right? But it should be a policy procedure aligned to your controls. When coming to the AI system, this multiple AI system, we can check like a firewall. What data is going inside, what data is coming outside, that is one thing. Another, the DSPM, now data is controlled by AI, so you need to implement a control like AI DSPM, which classify the data, or PET, like privacy enhanced tools, which basically check your data across your devices and everything, and classify that, identify that, and give you policy procedure to protect that.
Wonderful, thank you, Anwar.
I'd like to just add a quick one.
Sure, Pratap, go ahead.
So what we realized soon enough is we will not be able to stop our employees of using AI, right? They will end up using some form of AI or the other, putting our data to risk, right? The one thing we did was we got into an enterprise license agreement with one of the LLMs and said, you can use only this and we block everything else. Technically, all they want, the employees also want, is some kind of AI either to research, software development, all of those, right? So we had an agreement, and then we made sure this enterprise license does make sure our data is not training their LLM models as well. Those kind of things are done. We have technical controls to make sure the free versions are not accessed. That way, we kind of have that control in place today.
Absolutely. We are all learning in the AI governance world. I haven't come across a platform that can monitor everything. If any of you have any platform names, please do share. Because if I'm using Perplexity, if I'm using Anthropic, if I'm using Copilot, there are restrictions in terms of, yes, enterprise data protection is there, but I haven't seen a platform which can monitor everything like a network monitoring system and so on. Having said that, we'll collectively learn and exchange our thoughts. Jaideep, we have geopolitical situation currently, and if I'm supporting a specific country, and if I'm well known, I might be susceptible to cyber attacks today, right? With GCCs, 1,800 GCCs in India also means I'm supporting a specific country, and these assets are under high radar. The beyond military targets would be the IT assets. So what do you think should be the priority for organizations today in terms of how to be resilient from the future-ready cybersecurity? Should we be proactive? Should we thinking one step ahead? Should we invest more into something? So your thoughts, please, because Kaspersky has always been a step ahead.
Yeah, so thanks, Mahesh. And I think geopolitics is more relevant, especially in the last few years, than it has been over the last 1 decade. I think very relevant in some of the attacks we've been seeing, especially in the last few months. The first important thing is that instead of having a reactive strategy, we need to have some built-in resilience. That's first. We would encourage an architecture which is cyber immune in its design itself. For example, Kaspersky today, apart from our products around EDR, NDR, XDR, threat intelligence, or OT security, we also have developed an operating system called KSOS, Kaspersky operating system, which is a cyber immune operating system built on a microkernel architecture, which means it is cyber immune. So I think companies might want to create that cyber immune architecture in the process or in the overall architecture when they're rolling out a particular application or a particular process per se. The second is to simplify a lot of multiple tools which are there, which are being used. We have seen multiple tools being used in organizations, which leads to a lot of fragmentation and blind spots. That is the second part of, I think, having a good cyber resiliency strategy in place. Third would be adequate amount of training of people within the IT function and outside of the IT function. I think training people in incident response is also a very important part of the overall cyber immune strategy per se. For example, if in case you are breached, and it might happen to anyone, the HR department needs to know what to communicate. The finance department needs to know what steps they have to execute. So I think it's a collective process has to be in place for large or small organizations as a part of the overall strategy. So these are three specific areas which come to mind.
Thanks, Jaideep. It's very important that all the organizations feel CISOs or CROs are responsible for cybersecurity incidents or breach when it happens. Red teaming exercise is something that is, as Jaideep said, red teaming regularly being done helps you stay prepared for any eventuality. So when you go back, please plan your red teaming exercises, make sure it is done so that your risk is collectively shared and not alone. You are not alone responsible because you are responsible to put controls. When a breach occurs, there are different actors who have to play different roles. So make sure that you are making them aware.
I think just to add that, right? So red teaming is a good initiative, right? But we all rely on cyber insurance. Right? You end up taking 200 crore, 250 crore, 300 crore cyber insurance. And the day the breach happens, right, the first thing they do is forensic investigation. Now, a lot of us don't know whether our infrastructure is ready for that forensic investigation. Do we have enough logs, enough data to kind of go through those forensic investigations, right? So that is one initiative what we have taken internally, that we have engaged a third party to kind of have that forensic readiness exercise being done and conducted to make sure that I have all the data points, so that tomorrow the insurer doesn't reject my claim if at all I need to be, right? The worst part would be like I am insuring for a certain amount and then realizing that I don't have enough data point to validate that this is what has happened and they claim they passing that insurance, right? So it's very important that you take the cautious approach and you be in that state where you are ready to kind of face any kind of an audit and you can kind of get those claims passed if at all it arises and is required to.
Very valuable.
Just to add to that, I think it's also important to have a very good cyber crisis management plan. What Mukesh said, right? If a plan is there, then run a simulation. Do a tabletop with the leaders, with the other, identify the right spots. Go through that simulation and understand the event of a real breach, how do I react? That's where organizations take time, right? The initial reaction. We say in the incident world, the 60-minute window is very critical for us. Right? So if we don't know how to react and what should be our first strike against it, we are not ready.
Also choosing, cyber insurance company or vendor is also a very tough task.
How many of us agree that the rich insights that are coming, they don't teach in Harvard and Oxford? Do we all agree? These are rich experiences one faces. Yes or no? Louder please. Yes or no? Great. So let's, I'm so excited to see that, each one of the panelists are answering to the point and to the crispness that each one of you can understand and take away home the knowledge and apply it. So that's the benefit of having a wonderful panel. Thank you so much. Mrinmoy, my next question is to you. Trust is a very important word. Is there a possibility that I can apply zero trust while I am also trying to do that? Is there anything called zero trust possible at all? Because if there is a zero trust, even I'll be locked out as a CTO, CXO in various circumstances. Now, what is the balance that we can engineer from technology perspective, process perspective to bring in that fine balance? Because otherwise, while we talk about marketing jargons and saying that I'm going to provide a zero trust solution, still breaches happen. Now, how do you ensure that there is a flexibility as a user that I don't get a bad experience, at the same time I protect the data to the core? So your thoughts, please.
I mean, zero trust is a concept, right? And there is nothing called that this is zero trust. It's a combination of a lot of stuff. I prevent data loss at my endpoints. I do the same in my cloud infrastructure, right? I bring in controls at my internet perimeter. I do content filtering, right? I protect my emails. A combination of that, and then I secure every identity at the endpoint, at the devices, at the infrastructure. All of this combined give me something which is called zero trust. And as you rightly said, zero trust has got no boundary. If everything becomes zero trust, then probably everything falls down. So what we do today, what we rather practice to do as an industry, right? I'll tell from my industry experience, hearing from other peers and all this. I mean, it is about trust but verify, right? Because at the end of the day, I create a very secure environment, but if I do not have enough governance policies in place, I might still fail, right? Because there's a lot of ethics also coming into picture, right? I have prepared a system which is built on very, very secure components, but then my logic built in the business flow, if they're not enough ethical, my business will still, I mean, any business has to have that level of governance in place, which will couple it with the technology, with the engineering focus that you spoke about. Unless I have these two things working in parallel, I will not be able to achieve my business objectives.
Sure, definitely.
I mean, just to add that, right, zero trust, I mean, what better example than what we had recently with one of the leading bank, right? In one of the branch, the assistant manager and one of the employee collated together and siphoned off some crores of money from the government bank account, right? This is the problem, right? The insider job is what is the most scary one, right? You are preparing yourself for all the adversaries outside your organization, but you don't know what is happening inside, right? And that's why zero trust is becoming even more, important as an organization to kind of make sure that you don't trust anyone and you have all the controls around it, which makes sure that there is enough validation and authentication happening before somebody accessing your crown jewels.
Mukesh, I'm going to put you in a little bit of spot. Now you said human factor, right? Now we have AI, which is coming as an automation. It's almost literally getting forced into. Now, how do you see the future part of the digital trust? Now, how much soever, I don't want to take names, for decades together, they are best known to have invested billions of dollars, but yet internal employees have defrauded, like you said, Indian multinational companies. So from your experience point of view, what is the sustainable long-term digital trust building? Anwar, you wanted to say something, maybe you can go after this. Mukesh.
So, I think digital trust again boils down to, right, I mean, the olden days was the way it used to work is you would have a compliance department and you will have a application security, infrastructure as a separate ops, right? And the compliance work will be more on based on the checklist where they will just verify whatever evidence the security and the infra team stores are. Right? The days have gone, right? I mean, today compliance and security cannot work in silos. They need to be together as a single team, right? And it needs to be incorporated in the development lifecycle of the product itself. That I think we used to talk about software development lifecycle, and now with this secure software development lifecycle, right? Where every step of development you are considering security and compliance as part of it, so that it goes in hand, and eventually the product what you develop it's compliance based and it's already secure, right? now with the DPDP, I think the most prominent one is collecting minimal data, right? I think days have gone where you would just seek permissions from the customers left and right? SMS permissions, contact permissions, phone book permissions, photos permissions, everything, right? You can't do that anymore. So you need to be very mindful of the fact that you need to take the minimalistic permission as possible, and you are able to justify each and every permission what you are taking from the customer, right? So these are some of the aspects of things where basically you can establish that digital trust in the ecosystem. And again, it goes back to the zero trust concepts where basically you verify each and every aspect of things. Other thing what we have learned is the API interactions have increased drastically after the acceptance of AI in your systems, right? So there are API interactions happening left and right with either your AI LLM models or a lot of your third-party integrations what you might have in place and all those things, right? So API security is something which has become very prominent these days, which not many people talk about, right? I mean, the days have gone where you would just apply a traditional firewall and that should help you to prevent most of the adversaries, right? But that is not the case today. So I used to hear this term that an average developer has become a highly skilled developer because of the use of AI. But the same goes for the adversaries also, right? An average hacker has become a very smart hacker these days because of an AI, right? In no span of time, he can build a very good script or tool which can pass through all your controls and still can hack out the data out from your systems, right? So these are some of the aspects where we need to be kind of very sure around the security aspect of things, especially on the API side of things, right? The other thing is for us in fintech industry, if we really look at it, the KYC. When any customer comes and do a VKYC, video KYC, right? Going forward, I wouldn't know whether it's actually a customer or it's a digital person who's doing that KYC, right? So it could so happen like somebody is frauding completely with the digital identities and digital person are going through the system taking loan, and then I don't know who to catch for when I'm looking for collection, right? So these are some of the challenges which are ahead of us, and I think industry as a whole need to take an approach there and try to see how we can mitigate those challenges.
Sure. So I think we are all used to SaaS platforms. Today we talk about millions of tokens on the API usage, right? So the budgets earlier used to be on CapEx, OpEx, your VM pricing, instance pricing, but it's all moving to tokens now. That indicates the trust needs to be moving towards digital and so on. Pratap, on similar context of data privacy and compliance, while we all know, I want you to explain to us when a breach occurs, what separates organizations that can recover fast and those which cannot. And I'm going to quote an example. We did have an organization in Delhi, I can't take name, because they were not well prepared. The systems went down, the patients affected. The entire thing went for several days. Can you elaborate from your point of view?
I think making sure there is documented procedures to ensure there is an communication, not just for communication as well as for recovery procedures as well. What differentiates the companies is to make sure they have the procedures, but they also have a communication plan. It is always advisable to tell the customers that we are still assessing rather than saying, no, we are not impacted. Right? It gives a immature response to them. Make sure the recovery procedures are there, documented, ensure they are recovered. The second part is communication plan. Make sure if you do not have the full picture yet to tell the customers we're working on it, while we have the full information, also mention how we have stopped this from happening again. These are the controls that we have put in place and ensured we do these as well.
Thanks, Pratap. It moves to the same point of how well you practice and follow the protocols. Since we are left about 6.5 minutes requesting for a 90 seconds answer, let's see if we can make it. Anwar, from governance perspective, we have a challenge, innovation. The board is asking you to adopt AI, make it more productive, make it faster, reduce from 8 hours tasks to 1 hour, right? At the same time, there's a challenge of privacy. How do you balance this?
Yeah, that's great questions because it is basically happening because most of the client which is coming to us and say, hey, Anwar, how secure, you said you are leveraging AI and all those things, but how secure is your systems, right? And how you can manage the delivery side by side. So my understanding on this regard is that when you're building any system, this agility and the security works parallelly. It's not like opposite. It works parallelly. That's why privacy by design is the most valuable concept. When you're building anything from the scratch, think security from the scratch. So whatever you're building in the system and how the system will behave, how the system will sell, test and code, review, everything, so that whatever tools and technology whether you're using Jenkins or you using any tools, right? So that should be like inbuilt, whatever security measures are there, you have to adhere those security measures along with the things which is going to deliver like sprint cycle. You have this sprint, how many sprint, and I know, so that you can complete your development life cycle in time. So only thing is that both will run parallelly.
A fine balance required from business expectations to privacy. You can't release a product with flawed security gaps. So as security professionals, we should ensure. Jaideep, EDR is dead and MDR is almost dying and we are moving towards XDR. Now, one of the important things is, should we do in-house? Because if I'm not an IT company, if I'm not a security company, do I invest in in-house SOC or should I outsource it? Your views, please.
Great dilemma to have for a CISO for sure. I think MDR is having solutions like EDR, NDR or XDR are great tools when deployed properly, augmented by their own SOC. One of the biggest challenges for India today is lack of skilled manpower to run these SOC operations. So we are estimating more than 1 to 1.5 lakh cybersecurity professionals are required every year, addition to what we have right now. So a lot of companies today are struggling with having good manpower for running the security setups or for their SOCs per se. So MDR is a great alternative for those companies who require resilience, who require the expertise, and then cannot invest in SOCs, both infrastructure and people. I think it's a great service to have. One of the interesting perspectives is that a lot of discussion happens around IT systems. What I can assure you is that from a Kaspersky perspective, when we monitor both IT and OT systems, both, the velocity and intensity of attacks happening with the OT systems today are much higher than IT also. And we are seeing a lot of systems getting impacted, whether it's nodes or workstations, even at times SCADA systems. Whenever we've done any kind of demos and POCs. So I think MDR is a great service to be extended both for IT and OT environments, to have better response times, to have better expertise in place. But at the same time, it is not a replacement of the in-house people. I think it just adds to their capability to respond better. We have seen companies who also adopt MDR services. They will not. They might also say that the remedial action in case of any alarm will be decided in-house. It will not be done by the MDR service provider. I hope that answers.
Yes, it does answer. Audience and the organizers, can I take 5 minutes more with your permission? Is this permitted? Yes or no? All right, thank you. I have an interesting quick question to Mrinmoy. For those in the banking industry, in interest of time, quick 90-second this thing. There's always a challenge between what SEBI and RBI says and what we can do in real time. Biggest challenge, and only those who have handled will know this pain point. Your views,
Absolutely.
please.
I mean, it is probably Mukesh and
Mukesh
I
can
have
add
discussed
too,
it in the
because
past.
he's,
It's about interpretation, right? Now, I mean, and also, it also depends on an organization's risk appetite, right? You know, if I have performed my risk assessments prior to anything coming to me, and I understand my risk posture enough, then I can interpret any instruction, any directive in the most rightful way, and then apply it onto my. Otherwise, it might sometime become either I overdo or I underdo. And why I say so, because whatever is given to me as a directive has got very clear instructions most of the time. But just because I'm not able to understand my risk posture effectively, to me it seems to be a very uphill task. And more than the directives that is there, it is the internal challenges which prevents us from kind of getting there. Because if I have to implement something, that needs to be in line with my business objectives today. If I'm bringing in change in the product, if I'm bringing in change in the overall, product roadmap and stuff like that, that requires time, and then working in line with the other product, technology, engineering, all of these, especially the business, also becomes a very uphill task and challenging for me. So I would say, leave it there, but it is how I interpret and how I understand my own risk posture before I implement anything which is given to me.
Mukesh, your views, because you're day-to-day handling this.
Yeah, so I think just to give an example that, right, I mean, we are a KO license holder from UIDAI for eKYC and other KYC, right? So we go through this annual audit with a third-party certain empaneled vendor and submit the report to UIDAI for compliance, like another thing. We did that exercise last year. Last Feb 2025 is when we sent the report, and today they have sent an email follow-up on that report saying that we are NC for a couple of points, right? Now, we have already done a new exercise for this year, and we just submitted the report for that today, right? But they are following up on a report which was sent a year back, right? So you can imagine as a security org or compliance org, the threats are never closed, right? And that's the same with RBI, UIDAI, SEBI, and other compliance actors there, right? You might always think that you are done with it, but you are never done with it, right? मरे हुए गुर्दों को उखाड़ना जो बोलते हैं ना हिंदी में, that's what happens actually, right? You think that you're buried and things are dead, but then they can come back anytime and just pull it out and ask you for a follow-up and all those things, right? So that's a pain, and everybody goes through that pain, right? And that's why we are employed actually to manage that pain.
Truly said. Pratap, I think this is the last question before I have a 10-second answer from all of you. Agentic AI is the buzzword, and everyone wants to give autonomy in various forms. There's a huge risk. What is your perspective? Because how would you like to look at it? There is necessity, and there is essential to have and good to have. How do you define the security risk and privacy in this context?
I think I'll make it very brief, right? If you're using agentic AI, make sure you have those rules for what are you implementing agentic AI. Is it high risk based decisions? If not, let's not do that. So today, for example, in telco, primarily what we are looking at today is somebody who can, an agent actually suggests what plan a user can get based on his usage pattern. In fact, we are taking it one step ahead and saying, this is the package for you. Would you want to use this? Say yes or no, those kind of things, to making it easier. But making that for a financial kind of decisions, that is high risky kind of thing is what I'm thinking.
Thanks, that's very insightful. Cross the time. 5 seconds from each one of you. Anwar, what would you like to say as a takeaway for all of them today? What should they focus when they go back home?
Guys, everybody take a vow that you, within yourself, within your family, within your relatives, your groups, just spread out privacy awareness, security awareness. It's a very simple thing. I think government is working, your telecom provider is working, your banks are working. Just spread those things because lots of people is still there who doesn't understand and they are getting cheated. Thank you.
Jaideep, your final word from
I think
Kaspersky.
awareness and training, again, agree to Akhtar what he's saying. I think training and awareness is extremely important. From just a product perspective, please ensure your entire, whatever is deployed, the patches are updated.
Sure. Mrinmoy?
I would say stick to basics, right? We've said, cloud, privacy, AI, everything, but stick to basics, have absolute governance, continuously test, continuously monitor, keep your assessments going.
Mukesh?
Yeah, so on the same lines, right? Agentic AI is here. I don't know what is next, but I think we need to be prepared for all the possible worst case scenarios. Agentic AI accessing data left and right, and what gets in, what goes out. It's very difficult to kind of comprehend that, and having adequate solution monitoring around it is the key today, right? And that's what everybody's looking forward to.
My perspective is a little different. From an end user perspective, privacy in India, still a long way to go. Have patience, changes will happen.
Thank you, gentlemen. That was very, very informative and deeply experienced wisdom that was shared. Privacy by design, privacy into values, regular exercises of your IRP and red teaming, and follow the basics. These are the 4 takeaways from my side as a moderator. I thank each one of you for sharing your valuable insights. Have a wonderful evening ahead. Over to you.
Thank you. Yes, thank you so much. I think they deserve a big round of applause for such an engaging discussion. Thank you so much once again. And I would now like to call upon Ms. Sarita Verma, Head of Marketing India IT 360, to kindly come over and hand over a token of memento to all the dignitaries here. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you so much once again. I think they deserve a round of applause once again. Let's all give a big round of applause. So, I request you to kindly hand over the memento. First of all, let's give a big round of applause, and to our moderator, let's give a big round of applause to Mr. Mahesh Talam, sir. Oh. A round of applause to Mr. Jaideep Singh, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Mrinmoy Dey, sir, thank you so much. To Mr. Mukesh Solanki, sir, thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Also, a big thanks to Mr. Pratap, sir. Thank you so much. I would also like to thank Mr. Anwar, sir. Thank you so much. And to our moderator, thank you so much, sir. Mr. Mahesh Talam, sir, thank you so much. Well, thanks to the entire team for dealing with the topic of data privacy, compliance, and trust in digital ecosystem. Thank you so much, each and everyone. Meanwhile, can I have the team to kindly take the chairs off? Thank you. So post this, we are going Industry presentation by Jump Cloud. So once again, we are going to have an engaging topic. So before we proceed, yes, thank you so much. All right. We now move to our next session, an industry presentation by Jump Cloud. So please welcome Mr. Pons, a product innovator passionate about simplifying modern identity and device management. With a big round of applause, I would like to welcome him. Let's all give a round of applause to Mr. Pons. At Jump Cloud, he plays a key role in shaping products that empower organizations with secure, cloud-first IT infrastructure. His insights into identity, security, and platform design are highly relevant in today's digital era. So once again, let's give a big round of applause to Mr. Pons as he will be sharing the insights on building secure, cloud-first workplaces. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. And I want to make sure that it's interesting for all of you. So let me start with an interesting story. Right? Recently, I had a conversation with one of the digital native leader who manages a large install base. And the conversation goes very simple on a surface. Like he was telling me about one of the requests he got from his business leaders. So he's talking like this, right? The request goes like this. The business expect to deliver the releases faster, not a surprise, but make sure that it's safe and secure. And the second thing, the business expect them to deliver the solution that provides frictionless access. But at the same time, they want to have a continuous trust because we are all talking about the zero trust. The third thing is very interesting because as a digital native platform, they want to make sure that it meets the peak demand, but at the same time, they don't want to increase the cost, of course. But on a surface, if you really ask me, it looks interesting. But then I ask him a question. Okay, tell me which one you balanced, which one took a trade-off. That's what I got an interesting response from him. He was smiling at me. Hey, Pons, there's no such options where we can take a trade-off these days. We as a digital native leaders, we are asked to deliver opposites at the same time. I'm pretty sure that's a common across the board. If you take a step back and look at it, these are not the problems that we can solve like a technical problems. It's very easy to say from a C-level suit, like I'm going to solve the problem, but in reality, we often end up like managing the tensions like this. These tensions are always part and parcel of a digital landscape. If you step back and look at it, the problem is very simple. These are not the technical problems, these are all the systemic problems. Why? Right? That's where I want to talk about the very simple story. We often end up like focusing on a visible layers like a compute, networking, and the CI/CD pipelines. But we often ignore the invisible layer that influences the success of our digital native platforms. That's the trust, right? We have a faster CI/CD pipelines, but our trust layer often slower. So with that context, let's talk about 3 tensions which we often manage as a digital native leaders. So why I'm talking about tensions? Because these problems you cannot solve. We end up like managing the tensions as part of our C-level leadership conversations. Let's talk about it from a typical life cycle. Our digital native life cycle starts with the build. You build an application, then you provide an access, and once you provide access, you manage the peak load, right? Let's talk about the first tension which we often talk about, which is nothing but, hey, what's your biggest challenge in a digital native life? I think we talk about it today. You want to release faster. If you want to release faster, what you need to do? It's very simple. I want to increase the velocity for my developers, correct? But in this case, do you want to balance these two or do you want to take a trade-off? Let's think about a situation where you are going to add more and more guardrails. What would happen? If you add more and more guardrails, for example, each and every changes, if your developer needs to check with you, I'm pretty sure that's going to impact the developer. But on the other hand, think about the other side. right? If you're going to give too much of flexibility for your developer, he's going to basically exceed your guardrails expectation. Then what happens? He or she is going to create a lot of hidden risks and the shadow services. So what's the best way to balance? What's the best way to manage this tension? You need to look for a policy that runs with your identity. You cannot have a fragmented solution that sits somewhere else, because that will not help you to balance these tensions between developer developer velocity and the guardrails, right? That's very important. Just to repeat again, the best way to manage this tension is to have the identity that runs along with the developer's day-to-day productivity. That's the best way for you to have a faster CI/CD pipelines. Let's talk about the second phase of your the digital lifecycle. Once you deliver the applications, right, that's when your developer is going to think about the access. So this is where we are talking about the second tension. I'm pretty sure everyone in the industry wants to have a strong authentication, correct? You want to have layers and layers of authentication. What would happen if you have a very strong authentication without thinking about without thinking about users' experience, access experience? In a high traffic digital native platforms, each and every milliseconds makes a difference, correct? You cannot take it granted. So if you end up like having a continuous trust by saying, I want to have a stronger security, I want to protect much better, then what would happen? Your developers will have a painful experience, correct? So that's where the second tension is all about manage the experience, the user access experience, because the first thing you want to have a better authentication, there is no disconnect, but if you exceed your expectations on the experience, what would happen? That's where we are talking about here. The trust is important. For the trust to happen, you need to look for an identity solution that provides the continuous access experience, continuous validation of user trust, device trust, along with the context. So if you don't do, what would happen? If you balance, let's talk about the access experience. Okay, my user is talking about a poor experience. Then if you're going to trade off on the authentication, what would happen? You end up like exposed into a lot of account takeover issues and the bot issues, correct? You may not want to happen. That's the biggest challenge. So on the, let's move on to the other side. Let's say if you are talking about continuous trust, okay, I want to talk about only the continuous trust, not the user friction. Then what would happen, right? Your user's experience is going to be pathetic. I always take this practical example. Just by saying I want to have a stronger authentication, just by saying my architect saying you need to have layers of security, if I keep adding multiple levels of authentication, multiple levels of MFA, what would happen? The digital native platform will never ever get adopted, right? That's the biggest challenge. So far we talk about the initial build and the tension that you manage. That's about developer velocity, the developer day-to-day velocity and the guardrails. That's to balance the tension. Second thing we talk about the access, right? The frictionless access versus the continuous trust. That's what we talk about it. Third thing is very important. The moment you provide a frictionless access experience, that's when your digital native platform will reach the so-called optimal experience, the peak load, right? That's the interesting part. That's where the third tension that we need to talk about. This is very important. I'm pretty sure most of you agree as a person who is involved with the digital native platforms, the platforms will work smoothly till it reaches the peak load. Hope you all agree, right? The problem starts the moment the heat reaches the peak load, because that's when we all want to reach, right? That's where we truly reach the business potential. So when it reaches the peak load, your business leaders would expect you to have an optimal performance, correct? To reach optimal performance, what would you do? You immediately react with lots of bits and pieces of siloed products. The moment you add bits and pieces of siloed products, these are fragmented. So the moment you add more and more fragmented solution, it increases the complexity, and the complexity comes with its own failure points. As and when you add more failure points, you end up like increasing the cost of operations, correct? That's the third tension we need to manage. So how do you balance these two? Let's talk about the operational simplicity. The best part, you can manage the operational simplicity by keeping an integral, unified solution. By doing it, you should be able to manage the operational cost instead of having siloed, fragmented solution for each and every part of your operational efficiencies. That's not good. That's where we are talking about unified control plane. Okay, just because you are saying I need to control the operational complexity, if you end up like doing too much of stuff on this side, you will end up like having a fragile system. Okay, what do we do? How do I ensure the peak resiliency? Because at the end, as a digital native platform, unless I'm able to ensure the peak resiliency, let's say, for example, you have a sales event, or you have a specific festival season, or you have some specific offers, that's when you can make money, right? That's where you can accomplish your business outcome. So the best way to do, you need to ensure that you have a faster recovery paths, so that even if you have a few failure points, you should be able to recover fast. But if you don't do it properly, meaning on the negative forces, you will end up like having a lot of tool sprawl. Your team will end up like having siloed, fragmented tools. That's not a good sign for you. Okay, what's the solution? Make sure that you come out of the siloed, fragmented tools with a unified control plane that act as a control point starting from identity across user, devices, and the entire access path. That's very important. Okay, that's good. So what's the recommendation from our side? So there are three things we talk about it. When you go to your office tomorrow, ask these beautiful questions. The first one, it's good to say that I'm having too much of guardrails, but make sure to ask the question whether your guardrails are operating within the pipeline or it's dominating the pipeline. If it is later, then you will not be able to accomplish your business goals. Second, your frictionless access and versus your authentication. Are these authentication accessing, acting as a one-time authentication, or is it coming along with your identity journey, right? Is it continuously assessing your users, devices, access from the perspective of multiple behavioral contexts? That's when you can ensure the true zero trust. Third thing, how do you ensure that your peak resilience is up to your business expectation? For that to happen, you need to have a few failure points. So for you to have a few failure points, you need to have a unified solution. These are the three takeaways I would recommend. You go back and ask your teams with these beautiful questions. It's a kind of audit. You can check your preparedness against the peak resilience. With that said, if this conversation resonates with you, and if you want to have a conversation, let's connect in LinkedIn and we can talk in our booth. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, sir. I think he deserves a big round of applause. Let's all give a big round of applause to Mr. Pons. Thank you so much. Well, up next, I think we are ready for our panel discussion 3. So I request the team members to kindly come and arrange the chairs. Well, thank you so much. Well, up next is our final panel discussion on AI at the core, enhancing cloud-enabled digital services. As organizations move from experimentation to real AI adoption, this discussion will explore how to scale AI for meaningful impact. So let's welcome our moderator and esteemed panelists on the stage with a big round of applause. First of all, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Karthik sir. I request Karthik Chandrakant sir to kindly take the stage. Let's give a big round of applause, everyone. The Vice President, Head of Data Science and AI, Immaticus Learning, is a dynamic technology leader with strong expertise in AI, product innovation, and building scalable digital solutions from modern expertises. With a sharp focus on leveraging data and AI to drive real business impact, he brings a forward-thinking perspective on translating intelligence into innovation. So let's all give a big round of applause to Mr. Karthik, sir. Welcome you. And I would now like to take the opportunity to call upon our industry panelists on the stage. First of all, I would like to welcome Mr. Ankit Narayan, sir. With a big round of applause, I would like to welcome you, the co-founder and CTO, Parallel Dots. Well, he is a pioneer in applied artificial intelligence and deep learning. As a co-founder and CTO of Parallel Dots, he has built cutting-edge AI solution that helps global brands unlock powerful insights from visual and textual data. His work sits at the forefront of AI innovation in enterprise technology. So I would like to extend a heartfelt welcome to him as well, sir. Moving on next, I would like to call upon Mr. Ganesh R. Sir, I request you to kindly take the stage, the VP of Product, Anirog. He is a product leader who sits at the intersection of technology, data, and real estate innovation. As VP of Product at Anirog, he drives digital platforms that are reshaping how property intelligence and transactions happen in modern ecosystem. His experience in building scalable product strategies brings valuable insight into tech-driven transformation. So I would like to extend a heartfelt welcome to you as well, sir. And next, I would like to call upon Mr. Himanshu Chowdhury. Let's give a big round of applause and welcome him as well, the co-founder and CTO of Tap Invest. He is a fintech innovator. He's not there? All right. Thank you so much. And we'll proceed with the next panelist. Mr. Jitendran, I request sir to kindly take the stage. Mr. Jitendran CK, the CTO from Bluebird. He is a technology innovator transforming digital commerce ecosystems. As Chief Technology Officer at Bluebird, he drives platforms that help brands unlock value from returned and excess inventory through small technology. His work blends commerce, data, and platform engineering. I would like to extend a heartfelt welcome to you as well, sir. Now I would like to call upon Mr. Pradeep Benny, sir. I request you to kindly take the stage. Let's all give a big round of applause to sir as well. The Enterprise Account Manager, Team Computers. He is a second cloud and digital transformation leader with extensive experience across global organizations including AWS and IBM. With deep expertise in cloud strategy, alliances and enterprise growth, he brings a strong perspective on driving scalable business-focused innovation. So I would like to extend a heartfelt welcome to you as well, sir. And then I would like to call upon Mr. Sumit Tanure, sir, Head of Solution Engineering from Snowflake. Let's give a round of applause. Once again, I would like to welcome you on the floor, sir. A data and cloud transformation expert working closely with enterprises to unlock the power of modern data platforms. As Head of Solution Engineering at Snowflake, he helps organizations turn data into meaningful business insight. His perspective on data innovation and cloud ecosystems is incredibly valuable. Once again, I would like to extend a heartfelt welcome to you, sir. So we shall now proceed with the discussion, and over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. I think it's raining outside. We'll ensure we rain some very good ideas here from our panel. My name is Karthik. I'll be your moderator for the evening. I think over the last decade, we've seen so much of evolution in the space of AI primarily and cloud native technologies and all of that, right? We have, I think, reached a phase where we've moved on from experimentation point of view to building more scalable solutions and moving from the prototypes to scalable deployments. So my first question, even before I get to the question, the context of this conversation that we'll have is primarily around two big themes, right? The first segment will focus with all the esteemed panelists that we have on AI adoption, the challenges around it, and how did they overcome, right? And the second segment will take a little bit further into data architecture and scalable solutions, and how are they doing it in their organizations, right? So with that context in mind, let's move on, and we'll talk about AI at core. This is a panel where we're talking about enhancing cloud-enabled digital services. With that, my first question to you, Ankit, is we've moved on from like I said, the context about AI experimentation to adoption. What's stopping organizations from truly becoming AI first?
Yeah, no, good question, Karthik. So maybe just to set some context, so at Parallel Dots, we serve computer vision AI solution at scale to FMCG brands across the globe. So I got a chance to sit with a lot of executive leaders at these big FMCG companies, Coca-Cola, Unilever, ITC, and many more. So primarily, I think so the ambition is there. I think because AI is evolving so fast and enterprises have their own legacy baggage, even they are not sure exactly which area to tackle or where to focus. And you bring in, the security implications, you bring in the cost implications. It is a challenging problem. So even if someone wants to become truly AI native, there are a lot of pieces that needs to be stitched together. Having said that, startup like us and then other tech solutions that we have are now giving those kind of solutions and are enabling these enterprises to become AI native. It's also a bit of a mindset change that I'm seeing is now happening. Pre-COVID, I can tell you there was a lot of skepticism also about AI. I think the whole ChatGPT moment and then the digital transformation of COVID era is helping. And that's where I see that, organizations are becoming, let's say, a bit more serious about it. And we are now seeing the silos being broken, and now we are seeing and companies are really looking to adopt AI at a scale.
Yeah, absolutely. I think very good set of initial remarks, right? Which takes me to the follow-up from there to Ganesh. From a technology standpoint, how is AI reshaping the architecture of primarily cloud-enabled services today, right? And I think for all the panelists, it goes without saying, if you could contextualize that to your business, talk from that point of view, that would be super helpful for the audience.
See, traditionally, the cloud architecture is built to manage transaction-based systems, okay? What I see AI change the business is what it is like. It is converting into a decision-based system. So for a decision to take, right, the architecture now, previously it was just managing data, storage of data, and processing some requests or executing certain workflows. But now with AI in place, right, we have to change that architecture in a way it actually connects to a real-time data pipeline also. At the same time, it gets embedded into the workflow in itself, which is where as a company, which is where we are finding it difficult to change the architecture in a way because we are a monolithic based legacy systems. So now converting that into a microservice is an easy option. But how do I embed the AI layer into these workflows which are operating based on the product, right? That is where we are finding it as like a challenging task.
And how are you trying, if you can talk about a little bit about how are you trying to solve that?
So what initially as a risk factor also, right? We started with a standalone feature, building like a chatbot, which everyone would have done in the last 2 years, wherever the POCs are like, you will start with the chatbot type of architecture, right? Now we are thinking about building the workflows also one by one, instead of thinking big, just because the business is asking for it. We are going slowly and then taking the major workflows and then converting into an AI-based workflow. And that is where we are thinking like moving forward with it.
Got it. Great. I think that brings me to a follow-up question around all of these data solutions that we build, right, is literally meaningless if you don't have the right data pipelines, the architecture around it. So my next question to Jitendran is, from a data perspective, how important is data readiness for any of these determining the AI success or the roadmap? because I mean, being a core AI practitioner, a lot of times when we talk to business teams, we say, hey, because this data is not there, I can only solve your problem to this level of, maybe I cannot solve it 100%, but we can solve it 70% now. Then we go after a data procurement strategy, and then we do iterate and move on, right? So data becomes very, very crucial. So how do you kind of look at this to define an AI success roadmap? How important is data readiness, and how have you been dealing with that?
Okay, that's a great question. So everybody talks about AI, and every organization, including a startup or a multinational, just talking about AI-based solution, even though the AI percentage may be 5%, right? Then only people will listen. But the one point, there is a basic comparison I want to give here. If one child is born and this child is living in Britain, and after 5 years he comes to India, he will talk English in British accent, right? So similarly, the AI, the blood is actually data, which is developing the brain of AI. So data is so important, which is given. Now, what data makes for AI? AI models will work only with an accurate data. Other than that, the model's quality of the output of the model, which is on the training of the data. So obviously, the sensitiveness of the data, that is, if you are talking about the data given, even the previous session, security sessions we were attending, so in that what we are talking about, how much of your personal data can be used to train AI? So that is another point which we are talking about. So the organizations, when we are taking it, there are two sets of data. One is the organization data, and then there are customer data. So now, if you are not ready with the data, that means if you don't have a data which is of quality and which is of customers after sanitizing, that means no personal data. And other thing is like the quality, personal data. And also, if the development, if you want to have a faster development, obviously you need to have a perfect data given. When you say perfect data, how do you define? Yeah. So you can't define a perfect data, right? So now the development of the models, development of the models, and also scalability. So let us say everybody does a POC, then go to scale. So how do you go to scale? Because you should know that, okay, you're ready. How you are ready when your data is there and it is giving results up to 90-95%. So that is a quality. So all these things are related to data. So it is a blood. So give the blood, keep it pure, your AI will work perfect.
Interesting. I like that analogy of data being the blood. People talk about the DNA, all of that, but I think that's a good one. That leads me to Pradeep, with your rich experience working with enterprises. I know you largely talk to clients day in, day out, and primarily on the cloud side of things. When you talk to, data is one element. Now the infra bit of it, which is the cloud. What are the most common roadblocks that you've seen while working with so many clients in the past? What are the most common roadblocks that these clients have in adopting AI, primarily from a cloud environment point of view?
Yeah, given that where I come from, Team Computers, where we work with day in, day out with multiple customers in terms of talking about the infra requirements, and predominantly the starter is AI. So definitely we do encounter on a day-to-day basis in terms of the challenges what the customer is facing. First of all, it can be in terms of the kind of infrastructure what they should be looking for, the kind of ML platforms where they would like to have this kind of things, and where their data is. So there are multiple factors which they need to factor in while designing this from an infrastructure perspective. And also in terms of the kind of different models and all, customer these days have a lot of choices which he can pick and choose. But helping them in terms of identifying the right piece, that's where we as a partner can support customers in their AI journey.
Right. And we spoke about, you spoke about the cloud bit, we spoke about data. My next question is to Sumit, which is, you operate at an intersection between both of these, right? Between data and cloud. How can organizations lock real business values from their data using AI, which is much beyond dashboards? I can recollect this instance where people now no longer look at dashboards as dashboardum, if you're not telling me a story, don't bring that dashboard, right? It's of no use for us. So can you throw some light on, because you've been in this intersection, how does this generate value for businesses?
Yeah, I think the issue with dashboards is that they're a great place to start with. They're a great place to say, hey, what is happening? The descriptive part of it, right? But what really happens is that after people look at the data, they go through the whole 9 yards of understanding what is really happening behind the scenes. And you need so much of human intelligence in the process, the human intuition, ingenuity, and all of that goes into it. What is happening with AI now is that you think of it like you have a number of assistants at your disposal. And rather than all of them having to look at the dashboards and then trying to draw the conclusions, now you have LLMs and agents sitting at your disposal where you can throw a question in a natural language, and then the agents do all the work for you, the storyline that you were talking about, right? Rather than throwing data at you, they are throwing the answers and they're throwing the storyline for you. So it's no more descriptive, it has become prescriptive now that, hey, maybe this is what is happening and you need to look at certain aspects and this is the way to address it, right? So it's becoming more of descriptive to prescriptive, and not just the what part of the issue, but why something is happening, right? So I think it definitely helps in decision making, productivity, and trying to get to the root of the issue. But beyond the decision making, I think what is really happening is data is now helping people embed AI into every part of the workflow. I think Ganesh talked about that in terms of workflow. So if it is a, say, order to collection process, where all can I embed AI to make my decisions faster? You know, there are a number of steps happening in terms of reconciliation, and you know, disintermediation is obviously available when you bring in AI over there, right? From a marketing and sales standpoint, how do you understand your customers better? Yeah, so a number of places where all of these teams work on. So all the teams working on different data in different interfaces, they can get benefited, and ultimately, like I think Pradeep talked about and Jitendran talked about, the data becomes the context on which this AI operates, right? Yep. So the whole productivity unlock and the unlocking the potential of AI happens with data being there.
I think very beautifully summarized there, right? And this segment, I just want to even open it up. If anybody has any other thoughts around adoption of AI and challenges that you feel you missed out, feel free to pitch in. I'm happy to take a 30 seconds if anybody wants to chip in.
So Karthik, while I work with a lot of customers in terms of their AI use cases and all, one of the biggest challenge what I see is in terms of identifying the right use case for them to go forward with. That's more in terms of technical feasibility is the first least part, but in terms of the volumes of business, how much it can support, ultimately it's the ROI which should be defining in terms of the implementation success. So many a times the discussion goes on in terms of what is the volume. If it's a B2C, then it makes sense more compared to B2B. So these are some of the factors which I've learned over a period of time, and I see that a day.
100%. Yep. I fully agree. Anyone else?
Just one more point to that. Businesses see AI as a cost reduction factor rather than revenue generating factor.
Yep.
So even if we can prove that, okay, certain modules we can build to generate revenue, right? What is the scale? What is the adoption to that, right? That is still not answered in the market. Hence, it is becoming difficult to convince the business as well.
Fully agreed. And I think I just want to summarize this segment moving before the next one, right? Two things that, or rather three things that stuck really, really well. Data being the blood or the soul and essence to drive all of what we want to do on top of everything else. The second thing which Pradeep said was, I come from the world of core data science consulting, solving business problems. I think what's very important is to define the business problem, try and gauge the impact of it even before solutionizing things, right? So that becomes very, very important. And the third thing, like Ganesh mentioned, I think people are looking at, I don't think we should look at AI as a revenue multiplier, but internally at Marticus as well, we've used a lot of AI for cost savings, right? For efficiency, for optimization. That is an indirect pseudo profitability as well. So I think with all of that, now we can move to the next segment, which is, we've talked about challenges, we've talked about roadblocks, we've talked about adoption at play. But I think flipping this towards what are we doing, how are we doing, what measures are leaders taking, right? I want to switch to that with AI at core. I'll throw my question to Ankit. At Parallel Dots, how do you ensure AI initiatives deliver measurable business impact And because every other problem, people are just trying to throw in AI, the buzzwords, the hype, all of that. But how do you ensure real, like Pradeep mentioned, real impactful business outcomes? How do you ensure you're delivering that at Parallel Dots?
Yeah, and just extending on the thoughts that everyone had, I think that's also one of the challenge that the evaluation frameworks for AI solutions are still evolving because most AI solutions are probabilistic. Like the earlier software, one guarantee you had is once you have a CRM and once you log your data, it's going to be there. But when it comes to decisions, it's not going to take 100% accurate decisions. So obviously in our solutions, and the one way we solve it is we first try to create a human in the loop feedback always whenever we are dealing with critical decisions. Now I'm telling this from our client's point of view. So we work with large FMCG brands. So for them, it's very important that if something goes wrong, there is some sort of a exception loop wherein a human can take over and they can override that decision. Internally, when I look at it, again, as a startup, I think the most common use case is the coding assistant and all the productivity. As such, there I think we are all convinced. So we are not measuring per se, but we are all convinced that the productivity is definitely improving.
Yeah.
But obviously then we are now realizing the whole security implications of that and trying to work on that. But on some of the other use cases, we have actually taken a amount of effort to create those evaluation data sets and evaluation workflows, where we first make sure that the AI is giving measurable accuracy. So in case of agents, we see the outcome has to be 90% and above accurate.
Fair.
Before we let it go in production and let it run our systems. Which is where I feel the industry is also trying to build their understanding to create those evaluation frameworks and those data sets to measure AI's accuracy. Yeah.
Got it. I think that becomes very important when you're starting off to keep these performance metrics right up front. If that's meeting, you take it forward, not otherwise, right? That brings me, I think we were talking, Ganesh, earlier about the products that you have been managing, right? What's very important in today's world is a lot of, everybody wants things more real time. So with AI, real-time AI becoming so critical, how do you balance with all of those products that you talked about, balance performance, cost, and scalability?
So I go back to the previous answer of mine only. So I consider AI as a decision-making system. So for me to decide what kind of optimization I have to do the optimization of speed or the performance or the efficiency, right? I try to prioritize the decisions. The decision prioritization we do based on the impact of latency. If the latency is going to impact my revenue or the risk or the user experience. Based on these three parameters, we try to prioritize the decisions. Then accordingly, we will take the decision of whether to go for an optimizing speed or a performance or an efficiency. At the same time, let's say if we don't do that, if I want to just say that, okay, everything is real time, it's all good to say as a product feature, right? But it will end up scaling the cost for the company also, which is the tough part. So just to give it as an example, it's like if I want an F1 engine car in Bangalore traffic, obviously I'm optimizing speed, but I'm not at all optimizing the impact of it.
I love that analogy. I'm a localite Bangalorean here. I can totally understand to that. Jitendran, one question that I had was about now with multi-cloud infra being in place, right? What is the biggest challenges that enterprises face when trying to unify data across different environments for specifically to solve AI-based use cases?
Yeah, that's a great question because adopting AI is not selecting the tool. There are hundreds and thousands of tools and there are companies offering that. But how actually unify the data is the biggest problem because, if you look at any organization which is having some legacy, maybe 2 years, 3 years, can be 10 years, whatever number of years, they will have a legacy data and that data will be on silos and there will be multiple cloud platforms running and also there are multiple formats which are running and now it is bringing to a unified platform with the data. So just an example I'm telling, if you have tried to make a dashboard and bringing all the data to a data lake, I am not even talking about any AI here, just bringing anything to a data lake, you would have suffered a lot. Now you are talking about giving like a nutrition in blood for AI brain, that is a quality data. So where all you are going to find? So what is the biggest problem we have, which we need to solve? Actually, it is not I would say it is an ignorance, or we didn't know that. But the court of law says that ignorance is not just for committing crimes. So we have to take care of it. How we will take care of it, at least from now, the data, whatever we are using, we need to make sure that data is organized. So how to bring the data back to this organization, that is a step by itself. I don't want to take time on that. There are methods for it. But at least from now, let us do it and bring the backlog to it. That is one side of the story. Second one is like the cloud platforms. We have tools which will unify the cloud platforms. But again, sanitizing the data and quality of the data, which is more important. So the third one is the integrations are also concerned. We do have integration mechanism, and also the APIs when we are forming, that APIs should be, bring it to a single layer, and then you forward it, so that at least you know that what data which you are accumulating, you are spending. So these are some few things, and the main thing which everyone knows, which we have been doing, whoever is in the IT or any other sector, workforce, we need to train our people how to use data. Not how to code, not how to use a tool, how to use data. That is the most important thing which we should do. Then our 50% of the problem, maybe more than that, is solved. Then once you get the unified data, then you're actually able to train the AI system. So in a nutshell, train your workforce, take care of the data now onwards, stating that it is in the unified platform. And third one is like standards, have the standards, circulate to the team, and also sanitize the data.
Thank you so much. I think that's well summarized. Pradeep, because of all of that, what you said previously about you having seen different customers on this journey, right? Everybody wants to know whether they are ready for it, right? Nobody is AI ready by day one. So how do businesses know that from their cloud infrastructure, they're truly AI ready?
So in terms of AI ready, it's first of all the data which they should be having. In terms of the use cases, that is one of the other factors which I can think about. Apart from that, where their current cloud infrastructure is there, it will be a deciding factor in terms of how they can be more AI ready and all. In terms of training the models, selecting the models, or selecting the platforms and all that. That's where I see that.
Perfect. I think it's a mix of people, processes, platform, and of course data being there. And most importantly for me, I look at it as a culture as well, right? Of leaders taking that ownership to solve problems using data first, AI first approach. I think that puts a lot of importance there. Sumit, that brings me to the question around, I want to touch base a little bit on data engineering. With modern data platforms evolving this rapidly, right? There are so many models coming out every second day. How do you see the role of data engineering changing in an AI-first approach?
Yeah, I think the days of data engineering skills, which were all about boilerplate codes, is gone. I think you as an engineer no longer have to worry about writing lines of code of SQL or Python and so on, right? Because of all the coding agents now. So think of it like the last 20 years you spent 20 years learning some skill, and that skills is no more useful now, right? It's like, it's a completely new generation.
The most important skill now, I believe, is can you talk good English and write good English, which is prompting, right? English is the new coding language.
Can you think, like you have to really
absolutely
domain expert.
So the one teacher you have to really thank is your English teacher.
Absolutely. Yes.
Now, so now the role of data engineer is becoming more like, and I was just saying this in the presentation, has become like a conductor of an orchestra, right? Because you have all these MCP and different agents working behind the scenes, generating all sorts of code, but you still have to know what to build. I think it is very easy to build now, but what you really need to build is something that requires human ingenuity, right? So now you as a data engineer can get a lot closer to the business and see, hey, is this really what you want to do? Can I help you define the problem and come up with a better solution? That's where you can apply the human agency and do the rest of the drudgery of generating the code and so on to the coding assistants. You also have and I think there is no more AI readiness concept. The business wants to do it yesterday. Right?
Absolutely.
There is a huge pressure from people to just deliver me this, and that's coming right from the CEO and the board, right? So the data engineers don't have the luxury of time to do something, but they have to set the house in order. If they don't set the house in the order, you cannot build the final products on it. We have seen many examples in our company where finance wants to just build their own custom data product out of the data, HR wants to build something, and so on and so forth. So all they need is this coding agent. We came up with this thing called Cortex Code. Even a non-technical person can ask it to generate a data product. But it can only be useful if the underlying data has been set in order. And that's really the job of the engineer now, to make sure the governance is defined well, the build quality is good, it's validated. It's like you need to worry more about the test cases than the actual production, right? Because the build can happen easily. And then open it up to the business over there. So it will become more like that, that conductor or that governor of the whole system, where you let the productivity be unleashed by other people.
Yeah. Thank you. I think because we're running very short of time, I will try and summarize and synthesize a few things, and we'll see if we can take maybe one or two questions from the audience, if time permits. But I think what we've summarized really well is from an AI adoption point of view, from a challenges point of view, and how do individual leaders here from their business point of view have solved. But what's very important is putting AI at core. It becomes the onus is on humans, and I usually give this analogy of human and machine ecosystem, which is a great example is Iron Man. With all of these superpowers, we can do wonders. But what's very important for us to be ethical, responsible, and pave the future in a way where everybody is talking good about AI in the positive context, right? So that ownership lies with us. And I think with that, this brings to an end. And I'll just see if there are any questions from anybody. We can maybe take one question. Otherwise, I'll see if there are any closing thoughts from anybody else on the panel. Any questions, folks? All right, looks like nothing else. I'll see any closing comments from you folks. Otherwise, I think we're good to wind up. Yeah.
So while we are all talking about AI, definitely organizations will have use cases which they would like to experiment with. So we as a partner, we can help you in terms of doing any kind of a POCs and all. That's where we are supported by the hyperscalers to do that. Given the experiences what we have in doing similar kind of use cases, we can do faster. And we can help you in terms of at least testing the waters. That as a partner, that's how we can do that. Yeah.
Perfect. With that, I thank each one of them on the panel. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for this esteemed set of panels on the board. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. I think they deserve a big round of applause for this powerful insights. I think once let's all join our hands together for them. Let's give a big round of applause. At this moment, I would like to call upon Ms. Nishtha Gupta to kindly come and hand over the memento as a token of love and gratitude to all our panelists and our moderator. Thank you so much. First of all, I request her to kindly hand over the memento to our moderator, Mr. Karthik Chandrakant sir. Thank you so much. Let's give a big round of applause. I would also like to thank Mr. Ankit Narayan sir. Thank you so much. Mr. Ganesh sir, thank you so much. A big round of applause to Mr. Himanshu Chaudhary sir. Thank you. Mr. Jitendran sir, thank you so much. Thanks to Mr. Pradeep Beni sir. Thank you so much. And let's give a big round of applause to Mr. Sumit Tanure sir. Thank you so much. And one big round of applause to our Executive Managing Director, Ms. Nishtha Gupta. Thank you so much, Nishtha, for this. So here we come to the end of our panel discussion. Thank you so much. Let's once give a big round of applause. If you all don't mind, can all of you join your hands together once? Well, thank you so much. So with this energy, I think we are almost done with the panel discussion. We are done with all three discussions. We are left with the industry presentation. And before that, I request team to kindly clear the chairs. Thank you. We are already done with the panel discussions. We are left with the industry presentation. And now please join me in welcoming Mr. Chetan BR from Google Cloud. Let's give a big round of applause to sir once. Let's give a round of applause. I would like to welcome him. As we all know, AI continues to redefine how businesses are built. So please join me once again in welcoming Mr. Chetan BR, Regional Sales Lead from Startups at Google Cloud for the next industry presentation. Well, he is a seasoned cloud and startup ecosystem leader with extensive experience in driving digital innovation and growth across emerging business. With deep expertise in cloud adoption, AI-led solutions, and scaling startups, he brings a strong perspective on building future-ready, high-impact organizations. So he will be presenting on Built with Google AI and how startups can innovate and scale using AI. Over to you, sir.
Hello. I hope I'm audible. Hello, hello. Awesome. Good evening, folks. Very warm welcome and thank you for staying late and being part of this presentation. We are here to talk about future of your business and how you can build and scale with AI on Google Cloud. My name is Chetan. I lead startups business for Google Cloud here in Bangalore. I've spent close to 14 years in tech. And if I have to look at my journey, this has been one of the most pivotal, most strategic, fast-moving moment to be building for a startup, right? The potential for AI is massive. You know, you have the power to genuinely improve lives, significantly boost productivity, right? And this allows startups, enterprises, operate at an unprecedented scale, and the opportunity is expanding. Now, if at Google, what we are doing is we are tracking the ongoing trends, and these are completely transforming the future of businesses. If you look at this, there are mainly 5 themes, right? First one is the multimodality. Now, we have fast moving beyond just text. We are trying to understand natively images, video, audio, and other modalities. AI agents. In 2025, it was the year of chatbots. And in 2026, it's the year of AI agents, where they have moved from just being a summarizing system to actually executing, right? They take decisions autonomously. The third important aspect, and where Google is focused a lot, is assistive search. This is the next frontier of knowledge system, where within an organization, you can actually quickly search for relevant data, right? And that's a huge productivity boost. Fourth is the customer support, which is one of the major areas for optimization, for automation, and there are some interesting use cases that are coming up which is being solved by AI. And finally, the security. Now with AI, the threats are evolving, right? And we are actually building tighter agent-driven security solutions which respond to these threats. Ultimately, 2026, we are shifting from experimentation with AI to actually scaling and moving to production. And Google is at the center of all of this, right? The last 12 months, it feels like the last 10 years have been packed into these 12 months. And Google has been leading a lot of these innovations around AI. And if you look at India specifically, India is a huge market. It has a huge potential. It has a population scale concurrency. It has an extremely important market for Google. And what we are doing is building India's foundational AI infrastructure. And that can be seen with the $15 billion investment that we are doing. And along with that, we are focusing on three main pillars, right? So we are building a 1 gigawatt AI hub, which is one of the largest data centers outside of US for Google in Visakhapatnam. We are launching a new international subsea gateway on the East Coast to deliver high-speed connectivity. And third, we know we are responsible and we are investing a lot in renewable power to advance clean energy. So all of this, we are building as Google an infrastructure that supports one unified platform for all your AI workloads. Let me just quickly show you, what the strategy is, right? Now, partnering with Google Cloud means investing in future, and we are leading the industry in AI across 6 product lines, right? The first one is the modern infrastructure that is built ground up for the AI era. Beyond infrastructure, we are also building tools and platforms that actually help developers build high-quality applications, helps developer productivity. We already have industry-leading data analytics and databases that make it incredibly fast for customers to connect all their data to AI. Fourth, the same security that Google uses today to keep billions of users safe and millions of websites safe, the same security is being now extended to all the enterprises and startups. And finally, the agents and the applications that the organizations need to build their own experiences, right? And finally, you might be already using your Gmail, G Drives. So world's most popular productivity suite, which is Google Workspace, where we are now embedding all the AI capabilities to improve employee productivity. Now, how is Google able to do all of these, right? So Google has pioneered AI, deep learning models, etc., for a decade. And if you look at Google's history, we have our AI lab called Google DeepMind, right? Which is where most of our AI-led research is happening today. And it has world-renowned scientists. It has 2 Nobel laureates, by the way, which fuels this progress, right? And having this DeepMind and Google Cloud come together under a single umbrella makes it easier for the research to reality, and it makes it faster for the customers to adopt. As you might have already seen, AI is in our DNA. Google is uniquely positioned in the world of AI. It starts with the industry-defining R&D. We have been in the space of research for a long time. We have been, in fact, the original Transformers paper, which is the foundation for the new age LLMs that we are talking about, was pioneered by Google, right? We then channel this R&D into our models, which are cutting edge models. You have heard of Gemini, you have heard of Veo, which is our video model, ImageGen, which is our image model, and some of the other models that we have. But it's not just about models, right? It's about the ecosystem. It's about open frameworks that we support. It's about the open source. And Google has been a great partner and a contributor for the open source. And to add to this, Google is the only company which has multiple billion user products. If you look at search, YouTube, Gmail, etc. So the experience of managing planet scale apps and having AI embed in all of these gives a huge advantage to Google while we are building our solutions. And to do this, obviously, we need world-class infrastructure, and that is where Google Cloud comes into the picture. It's one of the best infrastructure when you talk about AI workloads. Let's look at how Google is stacked, right? This is the entire AI stack. Basically, it has 5 layers to it. If you look at any AI stack today, there's infrastructure, which is at the bottom. There is data, there are models, there is AI platform, and then there are agents. And Google is the only hyperscaler which has all of these in-house. It has built each of these layers in-house, and that gives it a massive head start against all the competitors, right? And these are the solutions that we are bringing to all the developers, all the startups ecosystem to access and build their products on. A very busy slide, but this just gives you a full picture of the entire GCP architecture and how are we offering our solutions, right? At the bottom, you have infrastructure and data, which is like the bare bones backbone for your entire AI workloads. You have security command center that brings best of the Google security to your AI workloads. Then the main part for any AI application is the Vertex AI, which you see there. This is our platform. This is our ML platform, where you have Model Garden, which gives you access not just to Google models, but even the third-party models. You have tooling that allows you to build, deploy, and manage these models. And then we have a bunch of other tooling across ADK, Agent Engine, Agent Garden, which help you in building agents. At the top, we have AI applications, which are ready to consume. These bring AI to the business users and organizations across the world. These have been covered. It basically tells you how we offer the hardware, frameworks, and the open models for any startup to build on Google. No one model is perfect, right? So you need choice. And Google is a great proponent of offering this choice to the startups. So along with the Google models, what we also have are certain third-party models. And this allows startups to kind of adopt any of these models across Anthropic. You have Meta, you have Mistral, you have DeepSeek, Qwen, et cetera, right? And you have a bunch of open source models which you can host on the Google platform. This is a very familiar slide. Our commitment to providing, a platform which is suitable for all your data science and machine learning use cases. And Google has been recognized as a leader in the Magic Quadrant, Gartner Magic Quadrant. And I'm sure it will continue to do so, right? So it's a great testament to the power of Google platform. But the most important validation comes from the ecosystem of customers. And the most innovative Indian startups have been adopting Google Cloud, from fintech leaders like BharatPe, Grow, to e-commerce giants like Flipkart. You can see multiple of these customers across the spectrum. Finally, I would leave you with this slide, which is, if you are a startup and want to get started on Google, we have a program called Google for Startups program. This is an extremely important starting point for any startups to get those cloud credits, which can help you build on the platform, innovate, try out new services, do your R&Ds. You also have access to expert guidance where we have AI specialists, data specialists, customer engineering teams who can sit with you, work with you, understand your use cases, and help you build, right? So Google out for Google, you can actually Google search Google for startups. It's a public link. I would urge everyone to go ahead and apply in this link and take benefit of this program. Yeah. That's all from my end. Thank you for being such a lovely host, and have a great evening.
Well, thank you so much. Let's all join our hands and give a big round of applause to Mr. Chetan. Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. Moving on next to one last presentation for this day. So I would like to call upon for the next presentation, to close our presentation segment, we invite Ms. Divya Oberoi with a big round of applause. Let's welcome her on the stage. The Cloud Solution Architect at Microsoft, specializing in empowering organizations with scalable, secure, and intelligent cloud solutions. With a strong foundation in engineering and a passion for innovation, Divya brings deep technical expertise and strategic insights to help businesses transform using Microsoft technologies. Outside of work, Divya enjoys reading fiction and solo long drives and exploring child psychology. So she will share how organizations can architect secure, scalable, and intelligent cloud ecosystems. So with a big round of applause, I would like to welcome her on the stage. Over to you, ma'am.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for staying long, and thank you for giving me all your curious ears today evening. A little about myself. I'm currently a cloud solution architect in the partner ecosystem, and I've been with Microsoft for over a decade. Today, I'm going to do a little deep dive into what the attacker story is, what the defender story is from Microsoft end, and I'll give you a little sneak peek into Agent 365 to tickle your thoughts. I usually begin with this slide, and there's a very enormous number on top, 10.5 trillion. Any guesses what that is? That's the projected annual cost of cybercrime by 2025. And if it was to be a country, cybercrime would be the world's third largest economy. Just imagine that. So while you and me talk, ransomwares are surging, and we are talking about this, in our own country in 2025, cyber fraud gangs have been growing in number. And I will not walk you through all of these, but I want to stress the point that the speed, the scale, the sophistication with which all of this is growing is so huge. And every organization across every sector is no longer flying just under the radar. They are all prime targets due to limited security budgets and really fragmented defense. 70% of passwords can be cracked in less than 1 second using automated tools, right? If I come outside from the statistics, this is a very statement which holds real value. Today, attackers don't break in. They log in. Think about that. An actual attacker had to break in earlier. Like literally to get into a bank, they had to move the guard aside, have the mask on, and get inside. Today, they are taking my mask and entering into a bank and getting a transaction approved, right? So credential hacks are something which we all need to pay attention towards. And security teams, they're all forced to defend in silos. We have 20 plus tools across, right? These are the 5 pillars on which I will urge you to think, right? The email and collab, the users, the endpoints, the data, and the cloud. Data is gold for everyone. We're picking up pace on that. We've all realized the importance of it. All the compliance surrounding it is of utmost importance to all of you. Right? But we are defending in silos. Our security teams do not have a handoff. If an attack literally happens, then probably we are fumbling for reports to be pulled out. We don't have an accountability. We don't have resources to remediate that immediately. And that's precisely what attackers love doing, right? They think in graphs. They traverse across the network by moving between the seams of siloed tools. On this screen, you can all imagine how a ransomware attack typically happens. On a user's email is where they get a malicious link. You accidentally click it, and that's when the exploitation begins on your endpoint, on your device, or on your BYOD. Users' credentials are used to traverse further to probably a crown jewel server somewhere else. And that's how the data would be exfiltrated. And what's at cost? Not just the financial cost. Your reputation might also be at a cost. And that's what matters the most to everybody, to every organization. So security teams need better outcomes in the age of AI. Of course, everybody wants to be more secure. Everybody really wants to stay compliant. But we want all of this packaged with a lower total cost of ownership. And that's where Microsoft steps in with the integrative platform story. What we offer to you are these security portfolio, a security innovation centered on one single powerful idea, AI-first, end-to-end security platform. What comes through life through our product portfolio, Entra for secure access, ensuring every person, every agent has the right access to get their job done, Intune for device management, enforcing that safe configurations across every device, Purview for data security, helping prevent theft, leakage, more critical than ever in the AI era today, and Defender for threat protection, delivering the AI-powered unified SecOps experience that you all demand. And then you have Sentinel as the connective tissue linking it all together so that every security decision, every investigation has full context. Along with it, you see that small pop-up. That's not Copilot. That's Security Copilot, which is infused across all these products, helping defenders move faster, respond smarter, and stay ahead of the threats with embedded Gen AI-powered assistant. It's not just the tech. This system is powered by unmatched threat intelligence of 84 trillion signals. What does that mean, and what is the benefit to you? You get the benefit of the unparalleled scale and depth of Microsoft threat intelligence. The vast amount of data sourced from 2,700 sources across 75 countries, across 80+ industries. And this data is used to identify, understand various threat actors preemptively. I will not take much time on the security stack and do a little deep dive for what's really interesting to all of you. I'm going to talk a lot about agents now. We've been spending hours today huddling together under a single roof to understand how to advance in the age of AI. We want to operationalize how to make AI the enabler, right? We are entering a stage where agents are no longer experimental. They are becoming a foundational layer for how work gets done. It's embedded in applications, for sure. It's automating your workflows, for sure. It's making collaboration easy, yes, of course. Acting on behalf of the business, maybe, but I want a human tab over it. Industry forecasts make the scale of this shift very, very clear. The analysts project that there will be more than 1.3 billion agents in operation by 2028. What does it signal? A massive acceleration from isolated assistant to a fleet of autonomous agents operating across your enterprise. This is not a distant future scenario, guys. It's a near-term reality that IT leaders need to start preparing from now. So you're all going to put up some thinking hats, and you're going to think, as technology leaders, if you want to scale the agents, all of you have the same questions across the board. These are top-of-mind questions for most organizations. It starts with the most foundational question. Can I track what agents currently exist in my organization? Will I be able to understand who and how is using agents and what agents are doing, what tasks they are executing? Next, as technology leaders, you're going to look to establish guardrails. You want some kind of a processy around it as to who can onboard, who can manage. So the RBAC control, the resource-based access control, which came in the Entra plane, you all would want the same form of control at the agent level as well. And that should not be active all along, only when the task needs to be executed. And finally, as security leaders are asking questions, whether these agents are properly protected. Vice versa, do we understand what risks are targeting those agents? What resources and data are they able to access? Are they also properly protected or not? Without this foundation, the agent adoption can quickly lead to a sprawl, unmanaged access, operational risk, which threaten the productivity gains that the agents promise. And that's exactly the challenge we are solving with Agent 365. Is the control plane for agent that enables scale adoption of agents with a proper oversight and all the guardrails that you thought of. That's Agent 365 for all of you. What does it do? It helps you move from the agent experimentation to enterprise scale operation with 3 core capability areas. First, observe, because you cannot control what you cannot see. So Agent 365 gives you the full picture of all the agents within your organization. What is the usage pattern? What is the behavior? And then next to govern, which means establishing some form of guardrail for agents and users both. Bringing in your SOPs, bringing in your IT-led processes, and having the right compliance to be audit ready anytime, any minute, any second. And finally, to secure these agents. Because just as any other asset within your organization, agents also need a protection, from protecting their identities and access to safeguarding the data that they use and defend them against threat and vulnerabilities. Let's go a little deep dive into what you already do with Agent 365 in each of these capability areas. I'll start with observability and just spend a minute talking about that. The most fundamental set of capability in Agent 365 that makes everything possible. They come from different sources in most organizations, right? Everyone from a professional developer with pro-code tools to AI-savvy knowledge workers are creating agents, right? Users are increasingly adopting agents online, which makes it easy to lose visibility into existing and unmanaged agents. What are unmanaged agents today called? Just like your shadow AI SaaS apps, they're also called shadow agents, right? The second layer, which is the govern layer. The moment you know what agent exists, the most pressing question is how to get those agents under control. And governance is not about slowing the teams down. It's about putting the right guardrails in place from day one. Without governance, the agent adoption becomes inconsistent and unsustainable, right? The ownership vary. The lifecycle management breaks down. So that's when Agent 365 comes in. It extends the IT's existing policy-driven governance to agents, controlling who can create, who can onboard, who can enforce as they evolve. And the result is that the governance that enables scale instead of blocking it. And the last one that I would like to speak about is the capability area that is the heart of Agent 365 is, of course, security. Because agents are ubiquitous. They exponentially expand the surface area that must be protected. Without proper security, that can become a new pathway for data exposure, right? It can be misuse, it can have an unintended behavior, and because they behave more like users, but structurally they're more like apps. So our security model must account for these unique characteristics of agents. One of the first steps to protecting agents is granular access control. I spoke about this earlier, right? Protecting of agents from various identities. And Agent 365, you can extend the conditional access policy. You have enforced on your users, have them enforced for your agents as well, right? This is again built on the same zero trust principle. You assume breach, you verify explicitly. To give you an example in a storytelling size, if risky user is giving a task to an agent that operates on their behalf, the user would be required to do multi-factor authentication. Or the user would be required to elevate the credentials in privileged identity management. So you can limit the agent access to only the resources that would need certain access package that can be assigned to agents. So I hope this helps you, build a larger picture as to what Agent 365 can really do for your enterprises. So now we've covered key capabilities of Agent 365. Let's touch upon what makes our approach unique. The first principle is building Agent 365 as an open ecosystem. Wonderful, isn't it? It's not just for agents that were built with Microsoft AI Builder platforms. From the very beginning, Agent 365 was designed to work with any agent. We already have a broad ecosystem of partners, platforms, agent builders that are connecting through the Agent 365 ecosystem. And this is more than just the Microsoft tools. It's a full ecosystem of ISVs, AI platforms, enterprise SaaS providers. All it takes is an integration with an Agent 365 SDK, which is also included into the Microsoft's agent framework. Whether you're using Microsoft-first solutions or tools from across the industry, Agent 365 would provide you a unified, secure foundation for bringing all these agents together into your environment in a very consistent and governed way. I hope you all are excited about this. What are the business outcomes? It would help you move from scattered agent pilots to a governed, repeatable rollout across your enterprise. It speeds up your deployment across team. It plugs the agents into the workflow that actually drives some outcomes. It adds the controls that IT cares about, so you can cut out misconfiguration times, any user error, any security gap. All you have to think about is a use case and just plug it in. What's the result? Faster time to value, lower operational risk, and the confidence to scale AI as a standard capability across the business. And if that excites you, you all must have heard about the new upcoming SKU. Microsoft introduces M365 E7, the Frontier Suite, which marks the next evolution of enterprise licensing, bringing E5, Copilot, and Agent 365 together in a single premium SKU. It's designed for organizations like you, who are ready to move from AI experimentation to AI at scale with built-in governance, security, and identity controls. If you're evaluating E5 plus Copilot today, now is the right time. Please come over and visit us at New Wave. Feel free to get in touch with Microsoft and Savix for any of your queries. That's all my time today. Thank you, everyone, for being a lovely audience.
Well, thank you so much, ma'am. I think let's all give a big round of applause to her. And as we come to the close of today's enriching session, I would now like to call upon our Executive Managing Director of India IT 360, Ms. Nishta Gupta, to kindly give the vote of thanks and the closing note for today's event. Over to you, Nishta.
Thank you, Pallavi. Thank you, everyone who joined in. And with this, I announced Digital Native 2026 closed. Please enjoy the food as you step outside, as well as, there's some amazing cocktails for you to try as well. Thank you to our sponsors. Thank you to Google Cloud, Team Computers, Snowflake, and everybody else who, trusted in us and believed in us. And let's keep the conversations going. Before we step out, I know Pallavi has a game planned for all of us so that we end this with high vibes just as we started it. So I'll just hand over the mic to her.
Well, thank you so much. I think one big round of applause even Nishta deserves. Thank you so much. And the entire team of India IT 360, thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, after a long, insightful and power-packed day filled with knowledge, ideas and inspiration, we have finally reached that beautiful moment where we all can take a deep breath and say that what a day it has been, right? And as we all know, it's now time to switch gears. So because there is no great conference which is complete without some energy and laughter and fun, right? Do you all agree with me? Yes or no? I need your energies back. Come on, there are only few people, but we'll make sure that we end up with some energetic note. Are you all with me? Yes, okay. If you all are with me, I just want you all to do one small thing. Can you all stand in your places where you all are sitting? Everyone, come on, let's make this a little interesting for all of us. And preferably if someone is out, I think I request them to kindly enter. All right, are we all ready? Okay, now I'll give you all few activity. You all just need to do this, all right? Good to go? Okay. First of all, someone has to show me how do we have to remove the bulb. Can someone show me how do we remove the bulb? Very good, sir. Manal neeve bulb tegiyada. Okay. All that you guys are supposed to do is, I want everyone to raise your right hand up. Everybody put your right hand up. Very good. Now all that we guys are supposed to do is remove the bulb. Are we ready? Okay. Say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the second activity is even more simpler. Okay. We have to put our right hand front, okay? Now put your right hand back and left hand front like 2, 3, 4. That's it. Very simple, right? So I hope the first activity you all remember, removing the bulb. Second is pushing on. Now the third one is, everyone point your right hand and bend towards your right side. Okay, 3, 2, 1, start. 1, bend. 1, 2, 3. Hands up. Yes, 3. Okay, good to go. Are we ready? Okay, now, one small thing. I want everyone to raise both your hands up in the air. Come on, everyone. Meanwhile, DJ, can we have the music, please? I want everyone to clap your hands. Come on. 1, 2, 3. 2, 3, 4. Come on, I want everyone to put your hands up in the air, everyone. 3. Come on, everyone. All right? Now I want everyone to sway your hands like this. Come on. Very nice. Come on. All right. So are you all ready? Everybody right hand up. 3, 2, 1, start. Everybody right hand up. Super. You all ready? Come on, everyone. And now. Super. And I want everyone to put your hands up in the air. Super. I want everyone to clap your hands. Come on. All right. Yes, thank you so much. Well, this is your host, Pallavi. Thank you so much for being an amazing audience for the day. I want you all to give a big round of applause for yourselves once. Thank you so much. I know it was a big day. Yes, thank you so much. And definitely, we all need to give 3 cheers to India IT 360 for organizing such a wonderful conference. So let's all give 3 cheers to them. Everybody, hip, hip. Hip, hip. Hip, hip. Well, thank you so much. Meanwhile, over to Nishta.
Hey, earlier, just like 5 minutes ago, I forgot to thank the people that were behind this, so apologies to you guys. Thank you to the entire team, India IT 360. Could you please come on stage? We have Miss Sarita Verma. She is the Iron Lady for us. She's the woman behind everything that you see is going right. We have Miss Bhavna here, who runs the community show along with Mr. Nishant. I also have Sadik and Meena, who are our sales reps and behind these amazing sponsors. And the name that we cannot forget, the person whose vision and dream we're all, trying to make to come to life, Mr. Alok Gupta. And of course, Ms. Kanchan, our community executive.
I think the entire team of India IT 360 deserves a big round of applause. So if you all really don't mind, can you all give a round of applause to the entire team for putting in so much effort and successfully making this event. Thank you so much to the entire team. At this moment, I would also like to thank our MD of India IT 360, Mr. Alok Gupta, sir. Thank you so much, sir. And thank you each and everyone in the entire team. Thank you so much, everybody. Have a great evening. Thank you.